Hello and welcome to Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. We are here at the Phygital Drone Racing presented by InsuranceMarket.ae. Today is the last day of our tournament. We're gonna have the semi-finals and the finals, and we're gonna know who's gonna get up with the most prize money. We have a prize pool of $250,000. I'm your host, Zach Man, and I'm joined here in the studio by Zach and Oone, these amazing analysts / commentators. Today, we're expecting double the excitement. All these teams were great. They did amazing the first day in the qualifications and in the quarterfinals. Zach, I'm gonna start with you because we share the first name, of course. Sorry, Oone. Zach, what are we expecting today with the level of intensity that we're looking for?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's going to be ramped up by a decent factor, I would imagine. Obviously, semi-finals, this is where the real prize money is now scored. By making it to this stage of the competition, you've guaranteed yourself $8,750. Of course, it's $87,500 for the winner. So obviously, everyone's going to be vying for that, of course, as the big trophy as well. But with the stakes rising up now, the final day of competition, we're going to see the best pilots that we've got because they've had the most time to get acclimatized to the circuit. It's going to be a good day.
Nice. And now we're going to take a look at the circuit where our players will be competing. Oone, take us through it.
Yeah, it's technical, especially at the beginning. This is the start gate and through Snake Eyes, as we've been calling it throughout this week, and then into the quad gate. Got to go through all of these in the right direction. You've got to remember climbing up here and then descending again into that final gate. Now towards the media centre end, where we did see a few caught up in the digital world 2 days ago, not so much yesterday. This is the ascending ladder, where you ideally want to be a little bit closer to the left-hand side. Same for the descending ladder as well. And then into the final turn. And then that square gate there is the starting gate where the times are taken from. So very technical at the beginning, I think, is the headline from the circuit.
Exactly. This is what we're expecting, you know. All the teams, they showed a lot of character. The quarterfinals were amazing from yesterday. We're going to show you now a bit of highlights for the most intense race or heat, let's say, which is 4, which, Zach, you expected it, that it's gonna be the most intense because the results were close in the qualifications. Well, we'll take a look at it. Zach, take us through it.
Yeah, exactly. So things started off pretty intense. Of course, it was a good first couple of laps from Raiden and Resingen, as you can see, as they're battling out there on circuit. Resingen being the green drone, and of course the blue one being Team Raiden. Pit stops, though, would of course prove difficult for some, as Superpulse China would just miss their pit window by running out of battery. Of course, Raiden would take the lead. Superpulse were quick to, of course, recover in that yellow drone, trying, of course, to make up for some lost time as they would battle for the lead. Raiden, though, would struggle to find a way through. Big contact for the race lead, and Raiden's troubles would only go downhill from there. Millennium, though, were able to continue on when Resingen were the ones to take the lead as a result of that contact. It was a very good race, it must be said, from Team Millennium. They were looking incredibly strong as Resingen, unfortunately, they were knocked out in the competition in a very spectacular crash, it must be said. Same to Superpulse China, suffering with a similar couple of issues there we saw through the quad gate, and that would pretty much spell their day done and dusted. Of course, Millennium and Team Raiden basically were in a position just to ride it home. There wasn't too much that they had to worry about as such. Team Millennium would take the victory. Team Raiden, well, I say closely followed up behind in second. Definitely wasn't close by any means, but they would take second place and progress their way into the semi-finals today.
Yeah, and the quarterfinals yesterday, in every heat, 2 teams were kind of dominating the others. But today, I think it's going to be a lot different. And we also know, like, for people who don't know yet, in every race, we have for every team 2 pilots, and every pilot needs to do a 25 lap, and then the other does another. And in here, Oone, take us through the time when they change pilots.
Yeah, they've got to run between the pit boxes and the stage. That was Yuki launching himself off the stage. This is how not to do it. Team Heart of America, although they did make it in the end, Amari forgetting to give heads up something, I'm not sure what it was, on the stage before running back to the pit box. E7 couldn't quite get acclimatized to the new seat, something they weren't quite pleased with. They're finding a cable, I think actually it was, for their goals. And this is a different way to do it. Team stick time. Instead of running between from the stage to the pit box, let the personnel from the pit box do everything, and then they run forward. So they changed the battery, they put the drone on the podium, and then they ran to the stage. That allows the pilot who's just stopped flying to set everything up for them, and effectively you can sit down and go. Unfortunately, they got knocked out yesterday. I'm not sure we're going to see any of the other teams change tack as far as their strategy for pilot changes are concerned. But it was interesting to see that yesterday.
It was an extra physical part that comes into this. It's not just real drone racing. It was also the players running and changing positions. And now we are ready to look at the bracket and what we're looking for today and the teams that made it to the semifinals. Zach, take us through semifinal 1.
Yeah, so semi-final 1 is comprised of the 2 winners of Heat 1 and Heat 2 and the 2 second places of course, Heat 1. Of 2 second places of Heat 3 and Heat 4. So Tech Drone League, Team BDS and Drone Racing 1 are 3 of the favourites, I would say, in terms of winning the entire competition. But one of them is going home coming home in the early part of this afternoon, I suppose. One of them won't be making that final, so we're going to have one of the big hitters automatically knocked out. Team Raiden are in there, but the general consensus is that there may be a bit of an underdog. I've got faith in them. You two, I know, definitely don't, but it'd be nice to see them in the final.
I still think that Team PDS will have a really good chance in going to the final. Owen, what about semi-final 2?
Yeah, semi-final 2 is a little bit weaker, I would say, but it is still containing Team Millennium, who qualified 4th digitally and won their quarterfinal yesterday, as did E7. Despite the bad changeover that we saw there, they still won their heat. So they'll be up towards the front as well. Rolf were very, very quick when they were getting it right. The problem was they did have a crash in their first quarter-final, and that dropped them down to 2nd for that heat, so that drops them into that one. Team Heart of America, really good comeback race actually from them. They qualified 10th digitally, only came in 2nd, but they did recover from a spectacular crash yesterday in towards the pit boxes. So they will definitely be ones to watch as well. Semi-final 1, certainly the headline, but semi-final 2 could be pretty close as well.
And as you can see, guys, in the final we have 4 spots, which means that from every semi-final we will have 2 teams advancing to the finals today, and other 2 teams in every heat will say goodbye. But again, it's a lesson learned, I believe. And after we have ourselves tried flying these on the simulator, we know now exactly how hard it is, right, Zach?
We're not going to be getting any pro contracts anytime soon, by any stretch of the imagination. We'll see a bit later on, but the bottom line is stick around to watch it because we were dreadful. It just gives us a newfound respect more than anything for these guys. I mean, these are the cream of the crop. These are the best of the best. Even those that we lost yesterday, they're not losers by any means. I mean, yes, they've lost the tournament, but
they're all previous champions, right?
Absolutely. Most of them are previous champions, either on a national or an international level. And just because they were knocked out yesterday doesn't discredit their talent by any means. They are still the best, some of the best in the world. And right now, we're just narrowing and narrowing until we find our champion.
Yeah, that's the thing. Owen, what can you tell us about the way they fly these drones? I mean, we have a drone in front of us, but we know that the pilots will be sitting on stage and they're flying these drones. How do they do around that?
Well, first of all, what do they see? I'll grab it a bit closer to me so I can reach. This, you can just see this little black dot. It will look like just a dot on your screen at home, but that's effectively the camera. And when you consider that they'll be flying effectively like this, so that they're not actually, it's not level like you would expect.
Yeah.
They're flying it slightly, oh, there we go, slightly tilted like this, slightly forward, so that you can actually fly forwards. So that camera would be leveled then, you can see it just there, the little dot, that will be leveled and you can effectively see straight forward. Now, they're all wearing goggles or a visor or whatever we want to call it, that allows them to see from that point of view there. And then they've got, 2 stick controls on the left-hand side for throttle altitude, if you like, and on the right-hand side, I actually couldn't figure out what was on the right-hand side when we were trying early on. But yeah, to turn effectively, it's all 4-dimensional. It's all very complicated, and it's very hard to fly these drones, that's for sure. And it's a difficult course out there, as we've already seen from the circuit, especially at the start. That sort of start gate, snake eyes, quad gate combination is very difficult at the start.
A lot of fun we're going ahead for. And now let's talk more about our semi-final 1, where Tech Drone League, Team BDS, Team Raiden, and Team what was the 4th team?
We've got Tech Drone League, BDS, Drone Racing 1, and Team Raiden. There we go.
BDS,
we can see them
Drone
there.
Racing 1, and Team Raiden. I think Drone Racing 1 did really well. I know we have high hopes maybe for Tech Drone League and Team PDS. I think me and you, Ewan, our favorites are Tech Drone League and Team PDS. But I think Zach is rooting for Team Raiden.
I'm not rooting for them as such. I appreciate an underdog. And Halo Walker and Flower Pig, of course, it was Flower Pig's birthday yesterday, the 19th of the South Korean. They did a good job, and if things went a little bit better for them, maybe they could have competed. The thing I did want to bring up, we're speaking of qualifiers, Tech Drone League, P1 overall. Team BDS, P3 overall. Drone Racing 1, P2 overall. Guess where Team Raiden was? P9. Not even into the top half. So when you look at the competition, they might struggle a little bit on raw pace.
Yeah, and you know, it's an achievement for them, I think, to get to this stage of the competition. But here are the sort of race times, as it were, from yesterday. They did all right as far as the race time concerned. Not that far behind Tech Drone League, who we were amazed at how quick they were in quarterfinal 1. Actually, as it turned out throughout the day, fairly slow. Team BDS were really impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, really, really impressive. Speaking to some of the guys, actually, just before we came on air here, about who were the favourites, they were saying BDS definitely. MCK and Yuki in great form. So I think you could say they are favourites, but they're not starting on pole.
Yeah. And now we're going to take a look at the best lap time that happened yesterday in the quarterfinals. Zach, take us through it.
Yeah, so what you see there is their fastest race lap. So by no means is this going to be qualifying pace. Typically, what we saw yesterday, on Friday in the simulator was about 15-second lap. In the race, we expected about an 18-second to be a fast lap, and you can see there Drone Racing 1 setting that. More in the conservative range, though, we were expecting, between 19 and 21 seconds, which is bang on where Tech Drone League, Team BDS and Team Raiden are. Fastest lap is fantastic. Team Raiden, pretty competitive. They're in fact even quicker on raw pace than Tech Drone League were. The important thing was they weren't able to sustain that over the duration of the race. When we're talking about minimizing mistakes and maximizing the battery efficiency, it's not just about setting one quick lap, it's about setting 50 decent laps.
All right, now going back to Tech Drone League, this team did amazing in the simulation day, in the qualifications, and also in the quarterfinals. We're gonna have shortly footage about their runs, I believe, in the qualification and the quarterfinal, and why they deserve to be in the semifinals today. Oone.
Yeah, in the digital world, Tech Drone League were absolutely mesmerising. I could watch that part all day, to be honest, through the quad gate. Absolutely remarkable. And the same goes in the real world as well. They did dominate most of the race. They were challenged at one stage by Rolf, actually. They were really being caught at one point, but they held them off. They stayed more consistent than what Rolf did, and that is why they won that heat. Have they got the speed to keep up with the likes of BDS and Drone Racing 1 in this semi-final? Sorry, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and now we're going to go to the second favorite, maybe, let's say, Team BDS. Zach, take us through it.
Yeah, so this is the ascending ladder, one where, of course, it's vital for both energy consumption and also just raw lap time. Through the start gate and through the snake eyes, of course, is the most technical, challenging bit. And then that descent there, where Team BDS are actually pretty decent. They're able to coast off the throttle, if you like, save a little bit of energy, and that increases their longevity. But yeah, you're right, it's absolutely mesmerizing. But not only were they good on the track, like we saw earlier with the pit montage, they were very efficient, very committed, I have to say, in that changeover. I mean, Yuki launched himself off the stage in order to get back to the pit lane as quickly as possible. So that's what it means to them, and it's all it's very small, marginal things like that that compound and make such a big difference in a race.
We've seen yesterday how much the small details made a difference. Like when you crash a drone and you try to get it up again, but there's no time, so you have to change to another drone, and then the pilot changes, they had some issues. Oone, what today are we looking for? Some other of these incidents, or as semi-finalists, these teams will have strategized and prepared more not to face such times.
Yeah, they're going to be avoiding crashes as much as possible. That is, the objective all the time. But it still doesn't matter whether you avoid crashes or not. You do have to do some pit stops just behind us in the pit boxes, and they have got to be clean. As we've seen in that run through there, not all of the switchovers, pilot switchovers were clean, but not even that. You've got to change batteries cleanly in the pit boxes. You've got to get the drone back onto the podium quickly so that your teammate can lift off again. No team managers or anybody else can touch the drones. The other pilot has to do it all. So it's not just about your flying ability, it's also your speed with your hands in the pit box as well.
And guys, again, why this is really critical, because every team gets to have up to 4 drones and up to 4 batteries, and that was it. And they need to finish 50 laps with that.
Yeah, exactly. So we saw yesterday, actually, I think for the most part, only 1 or 2 drones actually did the full race distance. So looking forward to the first semi-final today.
And now we're ready to start the show. We go back to the stage.
All right, so there's so many seats getting filled up, and I think everybody's getting restless because they want to see some drone racing right now. So without further ado, let's get the game started. But before we do, we're gonna need to fill up these seats right here with some amazing drone racing athletes. All right, first up, our first team for the day is Tech Drone League. Give it up for Tech Drone League. Come on, everybody. I know you can get louder than that. Give it up for Tech Drone League. Our second team is Team BDS. Give it up for Team BDS. And I know you guys want more teams. We got more teams coming. Are they here? They're right here. Team Drone Racing 1. Yes, make some noise for DR1. Drone Racing 1. All right, and our last team right now for this race is Team Raiden. Let's go, fist bumping, body pumping, it's time. All you racers, I need you to check your FPV visors, your goggles, your controllers, all your cables are set. It's time to assume the position.
What an introduction that was, guys. The atmosphere here is amazing. The stage is packed with people excited to watch some of these drones go that fast and compete in this semi-final one. Yeah, Zach, you think we're gonna see some more crashes today?
Yeah, it's almost inevitable. I mean, we saw yesterday, I think, one team go completely clean. I think that maybe a bit Team Millennium yesterday, or even then, I think they had a couple of downs, I suppose. Not necessarily lost drones, but definitely downs. So yeah, we're going to see intense action because, again, the prize pool and the stakes have been ramping up more and more here. We have 3 of the favorites. We've got Tech Drone League, Team BDS, Drone Racing 1. 3 teams that realistically could go on to win the competition, but only 2 of them are going to be going through into the final later on today. So we'll have to wait and see as to what's going to happen, but I think definitely the pressure is on for these guys.
I think we're totally ready for it. We're ready for the race. I'm gonna leave it to you guys to take it from here. Good luck.
Thanks very much. We are ready to go for semi-final number 1. Goggles not quite on fully yet. There's some discussions going on for Tech Drone League at the moment. To be fair, this is not something we saw very much of yesterday. Everybody was pretty ready to sit down and get going.
Yeah, I know. We've had people a bit dawdling today. They've got plenty of time to rest because we've got 2 hours between semi-final 2 and the final. So they get plenty of time to, sit down and chill out. But yeah, I think maybe just making sure they're 100% comfortable. You would be amazed as to how much time, I suppose, there is in terms of the comfortability. Your chair has to be right, the goggles have to be sat exactly right, even where the cables sit on your body needs to be exactly right. If something even feels slightly off, it can hamper that performance. I mean, we found out earlier how precise these inputs have to be, and if you're in a position where even you're able to be slightly off, it can make a huge difference.
I'm not sure there was things slightly off that were making a difference for us, to be honest.
We were just awful, yeah.
We weren't very good, but that's to come later. The goggles still not quite on. I saw Valprim actually just chatting to Flower Pig alongside, actually, as they were sitting down. As far as I can see, nobody's gone for a different way round than yesterday. Probably the right thing to do, to be honest, in a tournament like this.
Yeah, 100%. Keep it, uniform, what
yeah.
you know, yeah, 100%. Obviously with BDS, they obviously won their heat yesterday. We had a chat with them, and Yuki was just sort of like, well, what's your strategy? Are you going to change anything tomorrow? And he just turned around and said, no, it was the same. We won with it. We're gonna roll with it, basically. So I think we're not going to see too much differentiation with these guys. They know what they're going to do. And again, at this stage of the competition, why risk it? Why change it? Go with what you know. Go with what's stable. Maybe refine it a little bit and get it down as much as you can in terms of the optimization. But largely, yeah, they're going to be keeping it the same, and hopefully they keep it the same. So I'd love to see Yuki launch it off the stage again.
They're still not. Yeah, well, yeah, that is going to be fun to see. They're still not happy there at Tech Drone League. BDS have been ready to go for ages. MCK keeps placing that drone on the podium and taking it back off again. Now they've been told to leave it because all the drones are ready. I'm not sure all the pilots are. Maybe they are now as we get prepared. Just to run through the colours, just for you before we get going. Tech Drone League are going to be in the red. They were first yesterday and first the day before. Team BDS in the green, Drone Racing 1 in the blue, Team Raiden are in the yellow. Here we go, the first semi-final of the day at Games of the Future in the Phygital Drone Racing Tournament. Here we go. Oh, and for a jump start from Tech Drone League, who went before the beeps there, and they must surely have something. Oh, and there's a klaxon. We might have an aborted start. We've got an aborted start. Tech Drone League launched off straight away, and it's an aborted start, I believe, ahead of the first semi-final. Well, that was drama straight away, wasn't it? Before we'd even heard the beeps at the beginning, the race is aborted, and we'll start again in a second. The pitbox crews are going to have some more work to do, but what drama off the start. Before we'd even begun, Tech Drone League launched off the podium and fell straight to the floor.
Maybe that's nerves, maybe that's adrenaline, twitchy fingers coming in from, I believe, Burak at the sticks for this one, for the beginning. But yeah, so a slight restart. Maybe the implications for this, they've used a little bit of their battery, which might spice things up. I don't think it's going to largely make too big of a difference. But yeah, there's that adrenaline spike, right? They've had that adrenaline spike, they've started the race, now had to reset. Now either they ride the wave of adrenaline, or they've now got to calm themselves down and then get themselves hyped back up ready again. The problem now for, of course, Tech Drone League on pole position, they don't want to do that again.
Well, BDS are now the last to get a new drone onto the podium. So a jump start and an aborted start here. MCK places that final drone onto the board. The stage director just asking the pilots whether they're ready to go again, and I think they are. And so we can try that again, shall we, in this first semi-final. As I say, Tech Drone League in the red, the ones who jumped start last time round. BDS in the green, Drone Racing 1 in the blue, and Team Raiden in the yellow, starting in that order on the podiums as well. So Tech Drone League with the slight advantage on the grid. So the 10-second countdown begins again. This is the first semi-final. Hopefully we get away this time at Games of the Future 2025. Here we go for attempt number 2. A bit of a hold before the beeps, and now they'll go. Oh, and a slow start this time from Tech Drone League. They can't get it right, and Team BDS take the lead straight away. Drone Racing 1 into second place immediately as well.
It's been a bit hesitant towards the back end from Team Raiden, particularly through the Snake Eye, so they're going to be dawdling towards the back end of the field, but an absolutely amazing launch from Team BDS, being chased, of course, by Drone Racing 1 in that blue drone, but we complete the opening lap, and it will be Team BDS that lead the way from Drone Racing 1.
Yes, Yuki once again leading off for Team BDS, the 18-year-old from Osaka, Japan, 2024 World Champion and World Games Champion from early this year as well. All sorts of achievements to his name, and he's leading the field around 2 laps now. Chased close though by Drone Racing 1.
Yeah, of course, the top 2 will make their way into the final a bit later on this afternoon. So right now, Drone Racing 1 are pretty chill. They don't need to take too many risks. They can focus on conserving that battery. They can focus on their longevity. It's the 2 behind, of course, of Raiden and Tech Drone League that really need to start moving to get back into contention for the top 2. But they don't want to get too desperate that they start to make those mistakes.
Speaking of conserving battery, by the way, I was hearing something earlier about the way BDS sort of come down towards the final turn here, conserving better than anybody else. Watch the way they come through the descending ladder here. Effectively from here, they just coast generally downwards, just gliding really towards that final turn. Just save that little bit of battery and be a little bit more efficient, and that allows them to go a bit further into the opening part of the race, and indeed throughout the race. and it gives them an advantage not only in terms of speed but also efficiency as well.
Yeah, 100%. Basically, it's not necessarily, they of course are going to be slowing down. Every time they roll off the throttle a little bit, the drone will slow down and it will lose altitude. But the motors will use them, they will output the most power when you are full throttling. So by coasting off, you minimize how much they use, and by doing it at the top of the descending ladder, you're using gravity to sort of maintain that speed and offset some of that loss from the efficiency. I have to say though, I'm remarkably impressed from Drone Racing 1, able to keep tabs with the leader though. They're running incredibly closely.
Very close. First and second though is a difference as far as the final is concerned. We said yesterday maybe it won't make so much of a difference for today, but when you think about it, the two who start at the back in third and fourth finished second in their quarterfinals yesterday, and that means they have a slight disadvantage coming into today. You don't want that into the final because it's just 150 lap race.
Yeah, exactly that. It is a sort of do or die moment in the final. It's the exact same distance as the rest of the competition, which means that it all rests on the shoulders of that one single race. Winner takes all, as is this tournament format. It's not like a championship where you can score points, and even if you don't win the final race, you can still come out on top. And when we're looking at a 250,000 total prize pool, with 87,500 of that going to the winner alone, a big drop actually down to second place. They only get sort of in the range of about $40,000. You want to be the one that absolutely throws it in, as we are approaching the stop time of this race.
We've got Team Raiden in already, so only 6 laps done from them, but they need a drone change immediately. Getting it plugged in, the LED's not lighting up. There we go. Now they're lit up, they're green. That's wrong. Oh, there we go. They're yellow now. They're back on the way again. They are a lap down, though. BDS just slipped through. Indeed, 2 laps down now, because Tech Drone League are about to go 1 lap down for the first time.
Yeah, they are indeed. Of course, a jump start for the pole sitters. Those in the red drone, that's uniform throughout the entire day. It'll be the red drone on pole position. They jump started. They've now fallen back behind, close to contact with the race leaders there of Team BDS as they negotiate their way through, putting a lap onto TDL. And again, it could be going from bad to worse. Then again, longevity. Maybe they know something we don't know in this race.
The way that BDS have got through there so efficiently means that they're going to have a big advantage over Drone Racing 1 now. You can see it on your screens already that it's up to 2 seconds or so, but it's only going to increase because Drone Racing 1 are effectively stuck behind Team Raiden, who themselves are a lap or so behind Tech Drone League, and they're trying to unlap themselves at the moment with a new battery on board. So it's all looking difficult for Drone Racing 1. If they indeed wanted to finish first, of course you want to be in the top 2 most of all, but you also want to be first because that will give you one of the first 2 podiums. Here comes the race leaders. BDS into the pit lane.
Yeah, right on cue, exactly when we want to be looking at them as they all come in, I think, or 2 of them come in at the very least for their first pit stop. Still staying out though, of course, understandably, are Raiden and Tech Drone League for an extra lap. Of course, that's understandable. They've completed 1 lap less and Raiden have already come in. Quick change though, of course, from Drone Racing 1. The blue drone already back on the podium and through into the race lead.
Oh, very blasé from MCK there in the pit box. It was much slower from Team BDS, and they're suddenly in second place. Drone Racing 1 in the blue are now leading this race after the first pit stops of the day. Tech Drone League also came in, by the way. That's the last of our 4 drones to come in to stop, and that allows Team Raiden ahead of them into third place. Tech Drone League still not back into the air here. They're going to be nearly half a lap down, and there they are. And that's nearly half a lap down, by the way, on third place. Never mind second, where they need to be. So the pole sitters are down in last.
Yeah, that is suboptimal to say the least, and it could be the turning point in their championship week after the qualifiers on Friday. Seeing how good they were in the sim, I mean, they were rapid. I mean, they were nearly half a second quicker than the second best, of course, of Drone Racing 1, which, of course, at the time was very close. That translation now into the real world definitely proving to be slightly difficult for them. Let's see if they are able to recover as we are ticking our way closer and closer to that half distance mark. But I have to say, I am remarkably impressed by Drone Racing 1 and, of course, from Team BDS.
That pit stop was very, very good indeed. The next target for Drone Racing 1 especially, make it to 25 laps. You don't want to make an extra stop. You can do it on 3 stops. One of those that's mandated on lap 25 is to change a pilot. Ideally, you want to be changing a battery on that pit stop as well. Otherwise, you're not quite making use of the batteries that are available to you. Only 4 of them to go along with the 4 drones. If one goes down and one crashes, then you don't get it back. You can't retrieve it out on the course until the end of the race, by which point it's useless. Into the pit lane, Team Raiden, second stop in just 16 laps.
Yeah, not ideal for them at all. They're splitting this stint into 8 laps.
Oh, we got one down! Trek Drone League down at the far side, just in front of the entrance actually. That's quite a welcome, isn't it, for some of them. They're in turtle mode, trying to get back going. They've got 10 seconds to get back into the air. Still trying to get flipped back the right way round again and get back into the air. They're already in last position. They're going to be even further in last place after that.
Yeah, that is, well, not ideal by any means, and it's just going from bad to worse for Tech Drone League. They do get 10 seconds of that turtle mode to get them back the right way up, but I mean, it's a downhill, it's a slippery slope. We knew this semi-final was going to be absolutely brutal and cutthroat. I just didn't expect it to happen this quickly. With how clinical BDS and Drone Racing 1 are being, I see it very difficult for anyone other than those two to go through.
Tech Drone League back out again. They're 2 laps down on Team Raiden, who are in 3rd place. They are themselves 2 laps down now because of their pit stop in the last couple of moments. So we've got Drone Racing 1 leading, 6.5 seconds, just over 7 seconds actually, BDS in 2nd, and they've got 2 laps over Team Raiden, who have themselves got 2 laps over Tech Drone League as well. A stable race situation through 17 laps here, 1/3 of the first semi-final.
Interesting to see. I've just noticed actually a slightly different line from DR1. They go over the first part of quad gate, whereas BDS tend to go round and back through. So it just goes to show that there are different ways of getting the right answer. Speaking of, all of the drones, by the way, are spec, but there are slight changes to the software these teams can make to optimize it for each of their pilots. So while yes, the drone and the equipment is spec, the software is slightly different, and it's very interesting to see that despite some very different ideologies being taken in terms of sort of how the drone is set up, the sort of the weight balancing of the drone, so when you roll it, how much it sort of self-corrects, that pilot preference really, and yet still we've got 2 teams on the lead lap and Team Raiden only a couple behind.
Oh, Drone Racing 1 getting caught up with Tech Drone League now, who have got no obligation to get out of their way, but they're not getting out of the way, which will be frustrating. Valprim at the moment, who is piloting that blue drone. Through another lap here, we are on to lap 20, well, our graphics say lap 25 now, but the big screen says 20, so God knows at this stage. Trying to put another lap on them at this moment. That will be the 5th lap if they can do that. It's allowing BDS to catch up though, less than 5 seconds now the gap.
Yeah, exactly that. So the more that Valprim in that blue drone is stuck behind, the more, of course, that BDS are going to be closing in that gap as into the pit lane come both the yellow and the green drone. So into the pit lane comes BDS. Of course, this is lap 25, so we'll see Drone Racing 1 coming in as well. The blue drone in to swap over, and now we're going to be seeing that changeover. You can see sprinting as Valprim. Also, Yuki trying to get himself unplugged and back over to the stage. And a very quick change, it must be said, for Drone Racing 1. The new pilot already there, same 2 for BDS.
Yeah, Yuki a bit slow though getting out of the seat. MCK was in the seat basically before he got on out of it. He's got the headset on. Now this is where the other pilot should have the other drone on the podium ready to go, but it isn't. Yuki's still not there, and he's now there. Oh, Drone Racing 1 still haven't taken off yet. Here we go. Who's going to get out first? And it's BDS. So a quicker pit stop from BDS this time round has given them the lead. Drone Racing 1 still can't get going here. They're fiddling with something in the goggles. They can't get this sorted. They're still sat there. Raiden are now in the pit lane. They could be challenging for this 2nd place. Drone Racing 1 still not going anywhere. BDS coming through to put a lap on them. This is unbelievable. They're going to get onto the podium here. Oh, Team Raiden, are they going to set off before Drone Racing 1, who are having real trouble in the pit stops? Team Raiden are going and they're into 2nd place. Oh, Drone Racing 1 only just going now, and they're down to 3rd.
This is a golden opportunity for the underdogs of this bracket of Team Raiden. Of course, Drone Racing 1 back into this race and not a million miles behind, but they're now going to have to chase over. So, of course, look out for that yellow drone being hunted by that blue drone. They very efficient swap over there, and I think Raiden saw an opportunity and have seized it perfectly. Of course, BDS in that green drone are home, and they are absolutely flying, quite literally.
Oh, they got down! Dan's gone down through the snake eyes, and Drone Racing 1 are in big trouble now. They're trying to get back going again. From 3rd position, they're still bubbling on the floor. They're not going to get back up. Oh, at the end of their first lap, Dan's gone down through the snake eyes, and it's big trouble for them now. Team Raiden in 2nd, as Tech Drone League only just now get to their changeover. They're a long way behind in this race. The top 2 are getting further and further away as Drone Racing 1 get a new drone onto the podium. They're back underway, but nearly 2 laps after Team Raiden, who they've got to catch now.
Yeah, this is really good for Team Raiden. BDS, I mean, we knew we're going to be favourites, but it just shows longevity above all else. BDS about to put a lap actually onto Raiden. We still have one more stop left to go in this second stint, and don't forget in the opening stint Raiden had to do the 8-8-9 strategy, not the 12 and 13 that we saw sort of from everyone else. So that could maybe allow Drone Racing 1 to get back into this, but what it does do is it applies more pressure. They are the ones that now have to go and catch. They are the ones that are technically more susceptible to a mistake, whereas Raiden and BDS can now just coast realistically more so to the end.
Yeah, Raiden just let BDS through there through the final turn, and so they're 1 and 2. BDS are leading by 2 laps at the moment in front of Team Raiden, who themselves have got 1 lap over Drone Racing 1, who are going to be chasing them really hard here.
And they have to, of course, Dan, now at this stakes, Dano Griyasnov, of course, Moscow Mayor's Cup 2025 winner, that team format back there, himself and Valprim both taking the victory in that one. Maybe with that team experience you'd think would come into this as favourites, and they definitely did so, but these small mistakes at a cutthroat point in the tournament where you have to be on it. You can't have an off race, because the minute you do, you're out of that competition.
We are through 34 laps now, by the way. The big screen is not quite correct. 34 laps for BDS. Drone Racing 1 are catching Team Raiden quite comfortably. But have they got enough time to make up the lap that they've got? They are approaching the back of that yellow drone at the moment, but that is not for position. That's just to unlap themselves.
Yeah, exactly that. Expect some pit stops as well from, or well, a pit stop from Team BDS in the near future. The green drone, our race leader, they are now 10 laps into this stint, this 25-lap stint, and we expect them to split it pretty evenly between 12 and 13 laps. They are chasing Tech Drone League to try and put a lap on them, but I don't think realistically the red drone that started on pole position will be too big of a challenge. They're now 6 laps down. It would take an absolute miracle for Tech Drone League to continue in this competition.
It's Halo Walker who is currently piloting the yellow drone, by the way, just in front of Drone Racing 1, 22-year-old from Munich in Germany. Drone Racing League runner-up, 3 years ago, being chased and under some of the biggest pressure of his drone racing life, I would imagine, right now, as 2/3 of this race are now complete. Waiting for a final stop, actually, from BDS very soon, and surely the two will in second and third will follow very shortly after. But look at this, yellow and blue right together. Raiden versus Drone Racing 1, absolutely together. This is for Drone Racing 1 to up themselves, and they have to do it quickly.
Yeah, they do indeed, and we've seen the track position be quite good, but a mistake there from Team Raiden allowing Drone Racing 1 to go through. So Valprim now back onto the same lap as Team Raiden, and with just 15 to go, well, now closer to 10 for relative to the leader of Team BDS. They have to be on it, as are they coming into this pit lane? They are indeed. This will be their, well, third and final, you'd think, stop.
3 pit stops is what you absolutely want and need, really. And BDS have nailed it again. They have got to be favourites, I think, going into the final, final later, as long as they make it. I haven't seen them make a mistake all week, really. They qualified third on the digital platform, a couple of seconds down, or maybe where they wanted to be, but they're doing it in the real world, which is what matters. So BDS are back out again. They've still got a lap over Team Raiden, and therefore 2 over Drone Racing 1, and they're still waiting for second and third to make their final pit stops of the day.
What I'm really interested in is, I'm just looking at that battle for second. Obviously, Team Raiden taking a slightly more conservative overall line. They're not flipping as aggressively through the snake eyes. They are coasting, they are conserving, they're minimising those mistakes, they're taking it safe to, of course, minimise that loss. Right now, they've got a pretty big gap as they come in for their final stop as well on what is lap 39 for them. Of course, 38 laps completed. They need a quick swap here, though, because like I was saying, Drone Racing 1 are only about 13 seconds behind. Yes, it's nearly a lap, but that is not very long at all, and they are on it. So efficient in that swap over for the battery.
Here come DR1 as well. No, they're going to go on again. So Drone Racing 1 are in front. They're into second place. But they need to stop again in this race. Team Raiden have made their final stop. Really great stop from Flower Pig there, who led off, of course, for that team, and is now in the pit box, taking the drone out of the box very quickly, getting the battery changed and back underway again. Drone Racing 1 continue on again. So they've only got 10 laps left. They did have that crash, of course, which means they will be able to go a bit deeper anyway, but surely they can't go to the end.
I don't think so, no. It's going to take them, yeah, they're going to need another stop. We're looking at 12 or 13 per stint. That's the most you can realistically do on a battery, and that's if you slow yourself right down to about 21, 22 seconds a lap. Into the pit lane come Drone Racing 1 and Valprint for their final stop. The race is on, though. Team Raiden straight back through. If Drone Racing 1 can have a good stop here, their chances are not over.
Let's see how quick it is, though, because their pilot changeover was terrible. Better stop this time, much better. And if you remember, their first stop, actually, when they were just changing a battery, was very good. Now, they're underway again. So it's less than a lap. It's much less than a lap, actually, probably 3/4 of a lap that they've got to make up now. But they've only got about, 9 laps to do it here as Team Raiden start lap, or indeed complete lap 42. That's 8 laps now just for them to catch Team Raiden in second.
Yeah, of course, it's not going to make much of a difference. The starting position to the final will confirm later on, but you've got to be in it to win it. Realistically, you're going to take what you can get as there's contact there. Is that Raiden down? They're able to get back
going into the box.
Straight into the box and into the wall.
They've gone straight into the pit box. They've crashed into the pit box and they're going to have to get back going very quickly. Drone Racing 1 are coming round the final turn. They're going up the ascending ladder. Now we'll see what the referees decide to do here because they're still trying to get back going. Drone Racing 1 are into second place. They're in front of Team Raiden now. After that big crash, they tried to cut the course there to try and get to the pit box as quickly as possible. They still can't get back going. They're still trying to get this drone in the air. It's definitely been more than 10 seconds. Just get the other one on the podium and go. They're just not doing it at the moment. They can't get back in the race, and Drone Racing 1 are comfortably in second.
Oh, you've got to cut your losses at some point. They were trying for too long, beating a dead horse. I think with that one, you just need to commit. They've now got a new one on the podium, but I think the damage is going to be done this late on in the race. A mistake from Team Raiden. All they had to do was keep it tidy. One tiny error cascaded into a huge one, and those propellers were damaged. That drone was down, and it was out, and I think that has been the lifeline that Drone Racing 1 needed to stay in this competition.
So Drone Racing 1 are 2 laps in front, 2.5 laps in front of Team Raiden. They're not going to catch that without a mistake now. Meantime, by the way, BDS are starting their final lap, would you believe? Another really quick race. They were one of the quickest in the quarterfinals. Not a single mistake that I've seen throughout this semi-final, and it looks like Team BDS are going to take the victory. Down the descending ladder, into the final turn. Team BDS are finalists at the Phygital Drone Racing Tournament here at Games of the Future 2025. They are through into the final. Who's going to be joining them? Drone Racing 1 have still 5 laps to complete to get there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a sensational flight from Team BDS, of course. MCK and Yuki, both of them champions on the world stage, absolutely, both on the national stage as well. And there you can see what it means to them. MCK at the sticks. He's done. He's ready to take a few hours of a break before the finals. They're prepped, they're ready, they're favourites. Of course, Drone Racing 1 are moments away from taking and completing those 50 laps. They've now got basically 4.5 minutes to finish. They get a 5-minute buffer to complete as many laps as possible. I think with how close this semi-final has been, they should all realistically do that within that allotted time. But oh my goodness me, I say unfortunate, it's of their own volition. The mistake from Team Raiden there, competition deciding.
Absolutely. And they're just over a lap behind Drone Racing 1 now because while we were focusing on BDS, Drone Racing 1 actually had their final pit stop, but they're still a lap in front. They just need to do 2 more laps and they're in the final 2.
Well, also as well, when it comes to this, everyone who competed in the competition, so including those we lost yesterday, get $5,000. Those that have made it to the semi-finals get $8,750. Those that make it to the final, at minimum, $17,500. So with Raiden's mistake, that has just cost them $9,000 US.
And they've had to stop again, so they can't make it to the end. Drone Racing 1 are coming around the back half of the circuit now to surely take a place in the final. The other 2 teams are still trying, because it is worth just giving it a go. But through the starting gate, Drone Racing 1 are through into the final. They come in through second place. Dan will be very, very relieved. Look at the emotion there. Delighted. Relief, I think, is the big emotion for them, I've got to say, because at one stage, they would have thought we're definitely out of this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but that's just the level of determination and grit that you need. Even though you're down, you're absolutely not out until that buzzer rings to end the race in its entirety. So Team BDS, faultless, absolutely. If they can continue that into the final, that was the quickest race I think we've seen so far. But for Drone Racing 1, now they need to reset, get their composure back. I'm sure they're full of adrenaline. Again, like you say, a sigh of relief. They need to review things, make sure they don't repeat the same misfortunes that cost them very nearly in the semis.
They just had to use turtle mode there, by the way, did Team Raiden. I think Tech Drone League have gone down through Snake Eyes, and so they were chasing Team Raiden there quite closely, but no longer. Oh dear, they're going a strange way. Oh, hello, careful. Oh dear, what are they doing? They're trying to get back going again without getting in anybody's way. They've still got a couple of laps to complete. Team Raiden have completed the 50 laps now. They will finish third. Tech Drone League still have a couple more to go. I think they've got the time to do them, but it doesn't particularly matter. Raiden are going to carry on. There they go, through the start gate and straight into the pit box. Quite hard.
Bouncing back out of it.
Yeah, but unfortunately Flower Pig is, and indeed Halo Walker, going to be pretty upset, unfortunately, with that one. They're out of the competition after holding that second place for quite a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are going to be gutted is the only way you can put it. Distraught, maybe. Like I say, in terms of prize money, that's 9,000 USD that they've lost out on because of that. I mean, I say they've lost out on 9,000. They're still going to be walking away with nearly 9,000 in of itself. But that prestige of getting into the final and how close they were to doing it. And I'm sure you're going to be kicking yourself, if you're Halo Walker. A very small mistake as the race now officially ends. Of course, for Tech Drone League, who are out there still, you're going to be looking at that and going, that was on me, that's on my shoulders. If you're Flower Pig, maybe, of course, you're going to be nice and supportive as they both are. Really nice to see that brotherhood between the two of them. Of course, Halo Walker will be feeling gutted, but nice to see the lift up there from Drone Racing 1.
That says it all, doesn't it? Dan and Valprim delighted to make it to the final at all. Look at BDS, sat around as if they're saying, when does the next race start? When does the final start? That's the real one. But look at that for Halo Walker. Absolutely distraught, because in the end, Team Raiden held that second place for some time, but crashed out from second position. What a race it was. Here's some of the highlights, some of the big moments from it. This was down the other side of the circuit for Tech Drone League. You can see how that was going wrong from quite some way out. Just clipping the top of that gate there as these pilot changes were happening. It was very slow for Drone Racing, wasn't it? And they're going to have to sort that out. BDS were pretty much perfect all the way through. Their first pit stop was a little bit slow. Other than that, it's they can't have any complaints.
If the biggest problem you have in a race is a slightly slower stop, I think you've done pretty well. Drone Racing 1, of course, their issues wouldn't just end with the slow stop. They would have a couple of crashes. Team Raiden, though, would take the lead of that. They would have the issue through the ascending ladder, try and recover. Of course, the damage, I think, could well have been done. They hit the top, cascade out of control. They then need to go through, but then trying to get back to the pit lane, you can see Fuzzy View can't quite control the landing, straight into the Perplex, and that was the nail in the coffin. That was the mistake that cost him this tournament.
Yep, it was, unfortunately, and a real shame as well for them. BDS and also Drone Racing 1 are through, though. Surprisingly anonymous, Tech Drone League, actually. They were pretty good in quarterfinal 1, very good, and the digital qualifiers 2 days ago, but unfortunately crash out the competition with a bit of a whimper, really, after not going so well in this semi-final.
Yeah, exactly that. It's unfortunate. I mean, they set the timing screens ablaze on Friday with qualifying. We thought it was comfortably in the hands of Drone Racing 1, of course, at their 1:40.964 first attempt in qualifying. Tech Drone League, we saw, were building up to some speed, and they did then take the overall position by less than half a second, mind you. And coming into yesterday, I mean, they weren't overly comfortable in the quarterfinals. It wasn't sheer domination. It was just a lack of mistakes that enabled them to comfortably take their position. Of course, P1 in the opening heat of yesterday. And coming in today, of course, they had the jump start. I think that was a little bit of foreshadowing of sort of what's to come.
Absolutely. If BDS weren't the favourites before, I think they are now. After that performance, absolutely flawless, other than that one minor tie-up in the pit stop, as I say. But in the end, that hasn't mattered for them at all. They'll be up against two of E7, Team Millennium, Rolf, and Team Heart of America. Of course, they know they're against Drone Racing 1, and they know they're going to be in the top two as well. They're going to be either flying the red or the green drones again, which will be a beneficiary to them because of their starting position. We don't know yet whether it's going to be first or second, and I guess we won't know until semi-final 2 is started. We'll obviously get that to you before the final at 7:30 Gulf Standard Time, by the way. So that's coming up later tonight. But They know they're in the top 2, and I think that'll actually make quite a big difference. Even though Raiden were in second for a long time from 4th there, I think it will make a difference that they're in the top 2.
Yeah, 100%. Just to, I mean, you know, these starts of the races are quite intense, so you know, there can be some mistakes that lose your track position quite quickly. But in an ideal world, if you're able to get in front of everyone else and just settle into a rhythm, you're able to, like I say, get into that flow state. You're not worrying about catching anyone. You're not worried too much about hitting anyone. At least for the opening couple of laps, you can just settle into that rhythm, find what you need to do, start doing your job of conserving energy, and absolutely smashing it, as Team BDS did in that first semi-final.
Absolutely. Team BDS have taken the first semi-final, with Drone Racing 1 coming in with them as well. They will both be in the final. Let's go and chat with one of them with an interview at the end of that race.
So this is the second time I'm interviewing somebody from Team BDS, and it's very clear to say that these guys are on a winning streak. And I think as we approach the final, it's going to seem very, very clear that these guys have everything up to a T. What would you say was leading you to win probably as close as 4 minutes before the end of the game? So what was the main thing that made you win so fast?
I think the most important thing was how we fly consistently, because I saw some other teams were crashing a lot, and then they had some problem during the switching the pilots. So we tried to save the time a lot from there, and then, you know, we just tried to fly as consistent as possible. But because this races are a little bit different compared to other races, you have to compete like 50 laps between the 2 pilots. So I think if you crash out, you're losing so much time, and then you're losing a battery basically. So I think not crashing is the most important thing.
That's awesome. So the lack of hesitation has led you guys to another win, and a very fast win. What would you say would be your leading strategy to win this whole entire pot?
So basically we are in the final right now, but actually we are also nervous, and that we are just trying to do the same as what we did right now, because our goal is start as soon as possible and then get far from the other drones, and that that way we can slow down a little bit and it can fly more consistent. So that's our goal and then the plans.
Amazing. Congratulations again, and hope to see you catching the trophy. All right, take care. You heard it right here.
Back again here at the studio at the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025 at the Phygital Drone Racing, presented by InsuranceMarket.ae. What a semi-final that we just had. Guys, what happened with Tech Drone League? Oone, what happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think definitely the aborted start and their jump start in the initial attempt was just seemed to unsettle them a little bit to begin with. I don't really know what happened to cause that jump start initially, but definitely seemed to unsettle them. And after that, they never really got going. They were pretty slow off the eventual start as well, and that put them in last for a very long time in these highlights here.
Yeah, let's take a look about on these highlights. Zach, take us through it.
Yeah, exactly. So that red drone there, you can see Tech Drone League were starting on pole position as per they're supposed to in the red drone. Got it slightly wrong a couple of times throughout the entirety of the race. Didn't get off to the best of starts, and from then on, they were from that point on, were just sort of on the back foot. They were the ones trying to recover. But what that did do is hand the baton to Team BDS. I mean, from the very get-go, they seemed pretty much untouchable.
See, that's the Team BDS, as I told you, coming in, they were a favorite, and honestly, it was a very clean run. And we've seen from the interview, their strategy is like, you know, we do our thing, we try to make space or gap between other drones, because we don't want to have drones in our way so that it might interrupt the way we're going. And honestly, their run was very clean, right?
For me, the telling thing was at the end of the race there, when BDS were sort of just taking the headset off and thinking, well, you know, that's not it for today. We've got another job to do. Whereas the contrast was Drone Racing 1 absolutely elated that they were even in the final. BDS was saying, okay, that's job done. The real stuff starts a little bit later on. So that is very telling to me that they're not here just to make the final. They're absolutely going to try their very best to win the whole thing.
Also, Team Raiden, Zach, you were kind of
so
telling that they're a favor, and there I was like, you know, Zach is gonna be right because of what happened with Tech Drone League, but take us through the
I was-
48th lap, maybe?
Yeah,
Or
some-
47?
Something like that. I mean, leading up to that, from lap 40, I was like, right, it's going to happen. I'm going to be able to come on here. I'm going to say to you guys, I told you yesterday. And then they smash into the into the pit wall, and it was such a shame to see. Obviously, I wasn't necessarily rooting for them as such. It just, you enjoy that underdog story, and they really did shine through for the best part of the opening, and even into the sort of the final quarter of that race. That's then when things started to come undone for them. It was a very minor mistake in the end, a slight touch to the top of the ladder, and then it just cascades. We'll see it now. You can see a really big issue. Fell back and then tried to make it back to the pit lane. Was completely shaken and out of control. We know firsthand how sensitive these controls are. A slight celebration from BDS, you can't blame them, but from that point on, they were just calm, cool, and collected. The fastest finishing time we've seen so far across all quarterfinals, and of course now the semi-final as well. And like you say, a mentality thing from Team BDS. They expected to be in the final, they know they deserve to be there, and that confidence and that calmness is really going to pay off later on.
To remind you again, guys, this was our first semi-final where we had 4 teams. Congrats to Team PDS and Team Drone Racing 1. They really deserved it, both of them, and they're going to be in the finals for today. However, for Team Raiden and Tech Drone League, unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye to both of them. They really did great. Both of them they were like really competing for that position, especially Tech Drone League. They had some technical difficulties, but at the end of the day, only 2 will have in the final and 2 will say goodbye, and this is the same case for the second semi-final that we're going to face.
Yeah, BDS will start, don't forget, in front of Drone Racing 1 as well. As we go to the format, or the bracket, sorry, you can see Tech Drone League, so perhaps surprising to get the first team in red to be eliminated in our knockouts. BDS will be starting in front of Drone Racing 1. We don't know whether they're going to be, either of them are going to be starting first or second or third or fourth, but we know they're in the final, and that is the main thing.
Yep, and we're gonna be having the second semi-final shortly, and we're gonna have their team Millennium, E7 Rolf, and the Heart of America. I think we're also looking forward to an amazing race. The first one did not disappoint. The way that it went, Tech Drone League, and then Raiden takes their spot, and then Raiden held the second place for almost like 20 or even more than 20 laps, and then they were at the last thing, they just couldn't make it. I guess we're expecting the same for semi-final too. What do you think, Zach?
Yeah, something similar, definitely. I think, in this semi-final, we saw it as maybe a clash of titans, right? So we had Tech Drone League, Team BDS, Drone Racing 1, the top 3 in qualifying on Friday, coming into today, definitely expecting them to be doing very, very well. Of course, Team Raiden were the underdog. I think now it's the flip. We've only got one team, Team Millennium, that look comfortable as a titan maybe to go on and win this competition. The rest of them, E7, Rolf, Team Heart of America, while they all respectively, I think, have something more to show, they are all ones that I think, similar to Drone Racing 1, will be very grateful to make it to the final full stop, rather than that being an expectation. So I think in the fight for second in semi-final 2 should be quite interesting.
Absolutely, and we're gonna know about this right after this break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Looking for car, health or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At InsuranceMarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8 star rating. Join them today. InsuranceMarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. InsuranceMarket.ae.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Energy is life, and today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises, an energy that unites worlds through intention and action, where physical skills meet digital mastery, and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology, where strength meets strategy, where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The Games of the Future, powered by ADNOC.
here at the Phygital Drone Racing, presented by InsuranceMarket.ae. This is the last day of this tournament, where we were waiting for the second semi-final, and then we will have the final to end the day and this tournament, where every team is competing for a prize pool of $250,000. It's amazing. The atmosphere is unbelievable here, and I think every team is trying to give their best. I'm your host, Zachman, and I'm joined here in the studio by Oone and Zach. Oone, the first semi-final was unbelievable, right? Do you think the semi-final, the second one, will be the same intensity, more, less? What do you think?
Well, I think in terms of quality, little bit less, because we had the qualifiers from 2 days ago, 1, 2 and 3 in the first semi-final, but the difference between the best qualifier from 2 days ago and the worst qualifier is less in this next one. So yes, it's going to be closer and I think more unpredictable.
It was a very clean run in the semi-final one compared to the quarterfinals that we had yesterday. And it was, I keep saying that it's clean because now I think we came to know today how hard it is to drive, to pilot these drones. This is us trying to fly these drones through the simulator. Oone, is this you?
Yeah, this is, I think this is me. This is just terrible, isn't it? I mean, I couldn't even work out how to go forwards. I keep going backwards here. There's a pole. It's unimaginably difficult. I mean,
look
really
at that, look at that control there from the sticks, by the way, and that is a face that I never want to see again, to be honest. I think this is one of us hitting again. Bosh, look at that. Professional.
That's good.
We don't know whose it is.
Oh no, this was you right at the end.
Yeah, this is me right at the very end. Yeah. But as you can see, it wasn't going well all the time.
Guys, it was so hard to just keep it in place and just elevate it and like exactly know where you want to go. Look at that.
Look at my concentration.
Look at that. And you know, that concentration is for nothing. I was just hitting walls, hitting the ceiling, hitting the floor, and that's it.
That's
I
me,
think
by the way.
That's you, right?
That was me. That was me. I got the furthest, but I didn't do very well. That's for sure. It was unbelievably difficult.
After trying these simulations, guys, honestly, like we did appreciate these pilots a lot anyway, but after what we tried today, we now have much more appreciated to these people. I think they are extremely talented. It's not that they just practiced well. What do you think, Zach?
Yeah, 100%. We're about to see in a moment my lap two gates versus the pro. Of course, DR1. This is the fastest qualifying lap. You can see by the time they've got to Snake Eyes, I've not even figured out how to go forward yet. I'm just cruising, right? I'm taking it slow. It's tortoise in the hare. Slow and steady win the race. I absolutely nailed this first gate. Look at this precision through the first gate. And by the time I've done that and hit the top again, I did actually manage to get the checkpoint. They'd already done a lap and a half, or even, I think, 2 laps by the time I'd managed to figure out how to get
I haven't seen any difference between both foot.
I was the one on the left.
Almost the same. Oh, yeah, you were on the left. I mean, it was almost the same. But even you were able to kind of know where you're going. You stabilized a bit, maybe. What do you think?
I went a bit further than you two, but I mean, I really wasn't very good. You know, we got 3 minutes each, by the way, and I only made it to quad gate, which is, you know, not even halfway around the track. So yeah, very, very difficult, and a newfound appreciation for these pilots.
Yeah, exactly. And we can all agree that I was the worst in that bit, so it's okay. It happens. It's fine. I'll get better. Now I am excited, by the way, to actually learn how to pilot a drone even through a simulator, because I think there when I tried to like hold it in a different way. What do you think?
I didn't try it like that, actually. You went for the pincing technique, which I think definitely worked a little bit better. So yeah, likewise, I think we've all got a unanimous decision that we have a newfound respect for each and every single one of these guys. They are exceptionally talented, and the difficulty is remarkable. But if you are looking into sort of getting into drone racing, a simulator is a very accessible and very damage-limiting way of doing it. Moving on, though, into semi-final 2. And this is one that I think, you know, Team Millennium, I think, are the favourites here, but E7 Rolf and Team Heart of America, I think it could go any which way as to who's going to finish second.
Yeah, let's talk about the pilots of these teams. We know that this is their scores from the quarterfinals yesterday. We can see that Team Millennium, they did really well. And now we're going to go to the stage. Let's go.
All right, so the moment you've all been waiting for, we're right here getting prepared for the semi-final second race of today. I want to know if you guys are excited as I am, so can I hear you guys make some noise? Because within a few moments, you're gonna see some of the best athletes of the world grace the stage right now. Let's call them up. The first team to join us is Team Millennium! Give it up for Team Millennium! And now we're going to welcome more players. Team number 2 for today is E7! Our next team is Team Roll! Make some noise for Team Roll! And our last team for the semi-final is Team Heart of America! Give it up for Team Heart of America! All right, ladies and gentlemen, please hang tight to your seats. Don't move a muscle. And if you want to take some videos, post it on your social media. Hashtag GOTF Abu Dhabi. And tag us in all your amazing content. Now, gentlemen, team players, assume your positions. FPV goggles on, and let's get ready to drone!
What an introduction that was, guys. The teams are ready, the pilots are ready. As we know, this is their first pilot, and they're going to have a second pilot after that. Guys, the stage is packed. I think people are really enjoying watching these drones. Any final favorites, maybe, to this race?
I mean, favorites for me, probably Team Millennium. Not personal favorites, I just think favorites for the competition, at the very least, the semi-final as a whole. The rest of them, though, I think is a little bit more of a tentative subject. E7, Rolf, Team Heart of America, all teams that have showed promise, but I don't think have fully gone on to show that. I mean, E7, a spectacular victory yesterday in quarterfinal 3. They really do have sort of made a statement in this competition despite that panicky pit stop they had yesterday. They are going to need to sort that out, though, because if Team Millennium are the favourites for the semi-final, that only leaves one extra transfer slot and 3 teams that are going to be vying for it.
I think we're expecting an amazing heat/race. I'm going to leave you guys to it. You can take it from here. Let's go.
Thank you very much. And yeah, anticipating the second 50-lap semi-final, of course, our second of 2 races today. Later on, we'll be taking to the final, and this is the one to decide who's going to be joining Team BDS and Team Drone Racing 1 in that final, in the showdown for $87,500 to the winner. And right now, of course, these teams trying to guarantee themselves that spot in the final, and at the very least, $17,500 as well to go with it. The stakes absolutely are high. Still myself, Zach Sweeney, Oone O'Leary alongside me in the commentary box, and there you can see the pilots getting themselves ready to go. Quick rundown: the red drone will be Team Millennium. They will be starting this race from pole position. E7 in the green, Rolf in the blue, and Team Heart of America in the yellow drone. Now, Oone, favourites for this one, who do we think's coming out on top?
I'm going to be a little bit boring and say the top 2, Team Millennium and E7. I think what we saw yesterday was that Rolf definitely had the speed, but maybe not the consistency. Staying out of trouble was difficult for them yesterday. Their race time was actually very slow, and they were second to Tech Drone League, who were absolutely beaten hands down by all the other teams in their semi-final earlier on to this afternoon. So I think it is going to be the top 2 on the grid, the top 2 at the end as well.
I can agree with that. And then, of course, when that comes to the final, I think we will have narrowed it down to the 4 best teams that have showed their stake in this competition. But still, right now, by the way, just by making it into the semi-finals, they've guaranteed themselves $8,750 US. Not at all a bad shout for a few days of work here in Abu Dhabi at Games of the Future. Of course, the Phygital Drone Racing presented by InsuranceMarket.ae. If you are now just joining us, it's in perfect time for the second of 2 semi-finals for this competition. Anticipating the race start, of course, and how important do you think it's for Team Millennium to get away well from pole position?
Well, they've got to get away better than the previous pole sitters, Tech Drone League, in the first semi-final. That is for sure. As we get the 30-second warning, the countdown will begin in a moment. Hopefully, we just need one attempt to get this one started. Don't forget, we had an avorted start at the beginning of semi-final 1.
We did indeed. So hopefully, we can get it done and dusted. 10 seconds until the countdown begins. Of course, the beeps that will dictate the beginning of this 50-lap race. It's Millennium on pole, E7, Rolf, and Team Heart of America that complete the grid. And we anticipate the start of semi-final 2. This one could be interesting to decide the final transfer spots into the final for the Phygital Drone Racing. And we go a fantastic launch from Team Heart of America. They've already jumped and made contact with Rolf there. They're going to be down. But contact immediately again through the snake eyes. A self-inflicted mistake there from Team Heart of America. And Mari is going to be gutted, struggling to get that drone back in the air. But a fantastic launch from our race leaders of Team Millennium.
And they're not even sure they've done snake eyes properly, so they're only just doing it now. Rolf have to come to the pit box immediately. Contact through the starting gate. Unbelievable. It was a great launch, to be fair, from Heart of America, but they tried to use it immediately by getting in front of Rolf. And they're in the air and they're down again. Team Heart of America having big trouble here on the opening lap through the descending ladder this time. That drone can't be too healthy. They're carrying on with it, though, through the end of lap 1.
Yeah, the important thing is there's contact. E7 almost going down through the descending ladder, able to hang on to that one. Hopefully no drone damage. Of course, the propellers very sensitive to damage if you hit them at the wrong angle. Crucially, though, for Rolf, they were able to emerge after contact with E7 on the opening lap. They were able to emerge still on that, the same lap as, of course, Team Heart of America. So they're not quite a full lap down yet. But what it does mean is that Team Millennium have staked their control of this race and are beginning to extend that gap in front.
Well, the top 2 have only got to finish just there, so they're not going to be too worried about it. But E7 will be concerned about drone damage, if there is any, on that one at the moment. After going through the descending ladder, we had a very clean race, really, in semi-final 1. A couple of crashes towards the mid part, just after the pilot changes. Maybe that's not a coincidence, but towards the beginning here, already 3 drones making contact with one another or something else.
Yeah, exactly that. So E7, they're going to be counting their lucky stars. A very simple mistake and maybe a bit of a wake-up call to say that you're not invincible. You've got a good start, but there's still plenty of race left to run. Nice to see that the blue drone of Rolf are able to get back into this competition. They've settled back into things, of course, after that drone and presumably battery swap as well. They were with the contact with Team Heart of America on the opening lap. They recovered that drone, got it back out again, and thankfully, I say this is a bit of a bittersweet. It happened on the opening lap. They've still got the entire rest of this race to recover.
They do, but of course you'd rather not have it at all when that's not an option. Might as well have it at the beginning. E7 really starting to motor here and getting onto the back of Trinx Pepino, who is leading for Millennium. The gap halved last lap, so it's 1.1 seconds between the red and green drones at the front of the field.
Yeah, really good stuff from Thunder FPV, of course, the reigning Spanish champion of 2025. Trying to chase after Trinx as, of course, the gap is coming down. Millennium now being reeled in from Thunder FPV. Trinx Pepino, of course, the French champion, and is looking incredibly strong in the opening phase of this race. But what we saw in the quarterfinal yesterday, Team Millennium, their absolute secret weapon of Kiki, still to come in the second half of this race. E7, even if they do get into the lead, have got a long road ahead.
They're getting really close to the gates in this semi-final so far. The number of times I've heard them clipping a gate so far has been unbelievable. Millennium even did at the ascending ladder a couple of laps ago, but they've got away with it on that occasion. Team Heart of America still on the lead lap, by the way. They're 15 seconds off of the race lead. Rolf are 1 lap down, but they are really going quite quickly, just less than 30 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, indeed. So, of course, the fight for the lead, the red and the green drone, that's the one we're focusing on currently on board. as they negotiate their way through the media center section of the circuit. You can just about make out the race leaders of Team Millennium in front, on board with E7 and from the FPV, who's looking pretty strong. Like I say, Spanish 2025 champion, as into the pit lane, I believe, comes a couple of the drones. Indeed so. So we've only got 2 out on the circuit as things stand. Millennium come in on what is lap number 10. They've completed 9. Now this is a shorter stint than we would expect.
Yeah, and Heart of America have had to come in again. There's Heads Up putting it back on the podium and going just in front of Millennium. And look at the lead is down! The lead is down! E7 go down as they were coming out there, Heart of America, and they go straight back to the pit box. Straight into the pit box. They're going to lose a drone. Can they get it in? Can they get it into the pit box? Frantic stuff at the moment as they try and get that green drone into the box. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They need to go reach for another one. They need to reach for another one, and they're still a bit slow to do so. They need to reach for another drone, and they haven't. Team Millennium retake the lead.
This could be a huge opportunity, by the way, for Team Rolf, who were about a lap down previously, back into the race. Go E7, so they'll be using a new drone and a new battery. We won't see those guys coming into the pit lane shortly. Team Heart of America, though, of course, have already lost a drone. Team Millennium, the only ones that haven't done so, looking incredibly clean as we tick our way into the second quarter of this race, as Team Rolf, the blue drone, emerge back out of the pit lane for their scheduled pit stop of the race.
It's really close for second place at the moment as well, as E7 just go over the line now. They are 11 seconds off the race lead. Heart of America are still exactly where they were before, but E7 are a lot closer to them, of course. So this is remarkable. The battle for second really hotting up. Rolf are not that far behind either.
Yeah, this could be really, really good, of course. As we expected, Team Millennium were the favourites for E7, Heart of America, Rolf. It could go any which way. And don't forget as well, yesterday in the quarterfinals, Heart of America had a spectacular crash in their blue drone yesterday. Now, of course, piloting the yellow one did have a couple of issues they needed to sort out right at the beginning. But now the comeback is on, and just goes to show that this is a race and a discipline of attrition.
Very close at the moment as Rolf try and unlap themselves here from Team Millennium. Pressure's on. This is where, even as a race leader, you can get into trouble with a lap car. Look at this. This is just remarkable from these two pilots at the moment, running so close to one another as Rolf continued to try and unlock themselves, and Millennium stopped them from doing so.
The precision there from Rolf, I have to say, remarkably impressive. Getting ever close, but not an inch too close, as allowing them through their trees. Pepino, Millennium being allowing a lapsed drone through, but a really good move there from Rolf, and could well be important later on in this race. Really good flying in the second phase of this quarter of the race from Team Rolf, and again, it could be the decider with how close it is in the fight for second. That could be important to now get some clear air.
Really close for second at the moment as well, and so Rolf are going to be able to close in on this as Team Heart of America challenge E7. They're all catching Team Millennium as a result of letting the blue drone through. They're all on the lead lap after nearly 18 laps completed. Remarkable second semi-final so far.
I have to say, I'm incredibly impressed. Rolf, of course, by unlapping themselves, put them on the lead lap. So Millennium go through. They tick themselves onto what will be lap 19 of 50, and closing into that half-distance mark. Of course, at the moment, they've got the gap. They don't need to push too hard. The focus now is longevity. It's efficiency, but really close. Team Heart of America on the back of E7. They're chasing each other through the quad gate.
And they're getting closer to Team Millennium even now. So the gap's less than 9 seconds. It was 9.2 when they came over the line last time round. We'll see what it is in a moment, because Team Millennium have come across the line to complete 19 laps so far today. What's the gap now? It's back to 8 seconds, sorry. So even closer now between first and second and third as well.
Yeah, I think E7 and Team Heart of America, though, they are pushing. We've got, of course, Thunder FPV and Amari at the sticks of the yellow drone, and Thunder, of course, at the sticks of the green drone. I think they are pushing. Team Heart of America right in front of them is that spot into the finals later on this afternoon, into this evening. But a really good lap, I think, from E7. A slightly offset Amari has allowed that gap to reopen.
Yeah, not a good one for Amari particularly. We'll see what the gaps are. I think both are probably true.
Into the pits for America as well.
And Team Millennium are already in, so E7 take the lead. So I thought that was drone crashing. It's just somebody slamming their pit box down. So slightly short of where they needed to be for Millennium, who haven't even lost a drone. So that's interesting. They're onto the podium and they're back underway again.
Yeah, so they'll be using a battery for 4 laps effectively, which is a really awkward point in this race. Team Heart of America in and out as well. And again, similar to what we saw yesterday, when we've got a when we've got a semi-final this close, they're all going to be ticking on to lap 25 at very similar points, and the stairs are only so wide here at the arena.
Yep, and one of them are going to have to leap down them, of course, at some stage. Here comes E7. So from the lead of this race, E7 are into the pit lane as well. They're short of the mark. So can Rolf get to lap 25 here and jump in front on pit strategy? Or are they coming in too? They're slowing down. They must be out of juice. They're coming in too.
So this is a very high energy usage race. We saw in semi-final 1 that BDS and I think all of the teams bar Raiden were able to go the distance as a swap of position as well. That of course Team Heart of America, who came in a bit earlier on, they've done the undercut, they've pitted earlier and came out in front. They needed some clear air, they've locked in Amari, a fantastic final few laps of his stint to get Team Heart of America back into that transfer spot zone. But yeah, like I say, an uncharacteristically high energy usage. They're going to be coming back in a few moments time anyway.
This is an outrageously close race as well, by the way. The whole field covered by what, 15.7 seconds last time around. 15 laps about to be completed, sorry, 25 laps rather, about to be completed by Team Millennium. So they'll go round once more, really being chased by Team Heart of America here for the race lead. They will all be switching at the same time. Let's hope nobody bumps into one another, as there'll be 8 of them around that area all at the same time in a moment.
Yeah, there's going to be a very busy pit lane, and this is why Millennium want to be the first in so that they can really focus. However, closing the gap for the lead actually at 2.1 seconds, so the crunch time is on. Team Heart of America need a quick stop here. They didn't have one yesterday. Of course, Trinks Pepino will hand over the controls to Kiki. Let's see how quick this is. The crowd are roaring them on in support, and already a quick stop for Team Heart of America. This could be the change for the lead.
Amari is already off. Heads Up gets onto the seat. Look at this. They're all changing at the same time. We've never seen this before. They're all switching on the stage at the moment. Heads Up gets the headset back on here. E7 need a quicker change than they managed yesterday. And Heart of America have got their drone on the podium. Is Heads Up ready? Has he got the goggles on? Can he get going here? He picks up the controller. Millennium have also got one drone on their podium.
It's slow for Heart of America. They're not quite able to get it booted up. Millennium emerge in the lead. Team Heart of America were the first to put their drone on the podium, but a slow launch, as they were pretty much, but the gap much closer. That was a superb initial changeover for the other two. It's not quite going for the green team. That, of course, being E7, they've got to pull the drone back in. This could be disastrous in the semi-final as close as this.
They've lost a lap here, E7. They've lost more than a lap. They can't get it plugged in. They need to get there again. The second day in a row, they've had a slow pit stop. It didn't cost them yesterday. It might cost them dearly in the semi-finals today.
Yeah, it could well do indeed. They're back going again, so we've got all 4 drones back out onto the circuit. Of course, trying to put a lap onto Team Roll for Millennium. They've got to be careful here not to get involved in any carnage, because Heads Up is there contact between the two, muscling their way through and down through the quad gate. Ralph go down. Millennium able to continue on. They had contact yesterday with Team Raiden in a very similar space. Back into the pit lane, and a very damaged prop there for Rolf. And this could allow Team Heart of America to close in the gap. Millennium are going to be counting their lucky stars today.
And it sounds okay. It looks like Team Millennium have gotten away with that somehow. They've gotten away with it. So E7 are 1 lap down. Rolf are about to go 1 lap down too. They've got their box open, but they are going to go down to 4th. E7 are going to be up to 3rd place here. Rolf need to get going quickly. There's a 2nd lap loss now to Team Millennium, who they clashed with through the quad gate.
That is huge for Rolf. Again, so aggressive. It was budging and barging through the snake eyes, and then absolute calamity through the quad gate for them. Of course, Millennium now hoping that they've not got any damage to nurse. I would assume that they're all okay, considering they're continuing on. We're on to lap 30 now for the race leaders of Millennium. Kiki, of course, the 5-time French champion, is, oh my goodness,
down again,
spinning like a Beyblade through the snake eyes there for Team Rolf, and has gone from bad to worse for the Blues.
They are down again. And surely they are down and out in this competition now. They started 3rd place in this race. They had a clash immediately with Team Heart of America, who are in 2nd place at this moment. But somehow they are still going. They've gotten back up again. They are still going. They're even a lap behind, about to go 2 laps behind E7, who are currently chasing Heart of America. They're 1 lap down and a half really down on the transfer spots, those top 2 positions in this semi-final, and they've clashed. They've gone through the snake eyes, and E7 are stuck at the bottom of that second square, and they're trying to get back going. That's going to be very difficult from there.
Yeah, they've got to wedge themselves out. They were wedged right in the corner of the square. They've cut their losses. They're going to cut that drone and put a new one on. I think the wiser decision of that one, but that could allow Rolf to reel themselves back into 3rd place in terms of prize money, and in terms of this competition, it's going to mean absolutely nothing unless that blue drone can get themselves up in front. Now closing back in Team Millennium, a much easier pass through the ascending ladder. Rolf trying to follow them. Don't clash again, guys. Goodness me. E7 back out onto the circuit. It's still Millennium that leads.
And don't forget, that's made the second part of the snake eyes a bit smaller too, because that propeller is quite high compared to where the boundaries of that square would normally be. So it's a little bit smaller than before. Team Heart of America have made their stop. Now, E7 are only just 1 lap down as Team Heart of America go. In fact, they're just over 2 laps down, actually, at the moment. All 4 drones running really close to one another now.
Yeah, it looks remarkable as they dance their way through Quad Gate. Team Heart of America going for a similar strategy to what we saw in the opening phase of this race, which was pitting a lap before Team Millennium. It worked then. It could well work now. Of course, all chasing each other through now into the snake eyes. It's wide
Very smart.
to Team Heart of America. I think the correct decision there, hoping that Millennium are going to get caught up in something. Still a very big pinch point through the Quad Gate, but it just goes to show that some teams preserving longevity more than most. But we've got E7 being chased by Millennium, being chased by Rolf, all on different laps.
Millennium trying to lap E7, and they're not going to because they're coming into the pit lane right now. So 3 drones left out there. This should be the final stop for Team Millennium this afternoon. What a final leg of a final it's going to be, by the way, if it's going to be Kiki versus MCK for the win in this competition. I mean, we've not seen either of them make a mistake in this competition so far. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable to watch.
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait for it. Of course, this race far from over yet. We don't even know who is going to be joining them in the final. Team Heart of America, though, I have to say, I am remarkably impressed. Back out onto the circuit are the red drone of Team Millennium. They are still in front of Team Heart of America. We'll wait for the timing screen to refresh us to see the gap, but I don't think it's going to be overly big unless Heart of America have managed to find a way through. Millennium could be close to lapping them. Either way, makes very little difference in the grand scheme of things. P1 or P2, either way, you go into the final.
Rolf into the pit lane here, and they've got to be low on batteries, by the way. They've had, is that 2 drones down, or at least damaged? So, yeah, they have lost 2, haven't they? So they are going to be in big trouble there as they're reconnecting a new battery. They're getting back going here. E7 put another lap on them. E7 at the moment are just about a lap and a half or so behind Team Heart of America, who just let Rolf out there. They're playing this really safely in this final leg.
Yeah, again, this is incredibly clever flying. They've got 45 seconds, maybe even closer to 60 seconds, I think an entire minute over E7 as they roll through. That's about 3 laps or so in favour of the team that would knock them out of the transfer zone. 0-0 risks. It maybe cost them a second or 2 to let them through. It would have cost them at the very least a lap or 2 had they have clashed and carried on. So really, really clever flying from Heads Up there. Definitely flying with his brain and not with his heart.
Absolutely. Oh, Millennium clipped the snake eyes and they're into the pit lane. The leaders of this race into the pit lane. Are they going to lose the drone for the first time? Maybe. They need one more. Now, they're going to do a switch over. There they are in the pit box. An unplanned pit stop here. Now, Heart of America around the other side of the circuit. Can they get through in time? They're not going to have time, I don't think. They'll have to go through at least twice if they want to get through on Team Millennium, who are making their 5th pit stop here. Heart of America are onto the lead lap now.
Yeah, they are, but I think they could well owe us another pit stop. Getting stuck, though. Team Rolf at the bottom of their pit box. They're not quite able to. I think they've just been able to wedge it in. Team Millennium back onto their podium and back into this race. E7 flying in as well. Team Heart of America, for a brief second, were the only drone out on circuit. Now we've got our 2 leaders, and most likely the 2 that will be taking to the main final later on this evening. What is interesting, we're not far away from the finishing time of Team BDS already, and we've still got 7 laps to go.
Yeah, that's remarkable performance so far from Team BDS, that's for sure. They're the ones to beat. Millennium only 11 seconds behind Team Heart of America, so they weren't credited with well, they wouldn't be, would they? They didn't do very much of their lap there, so they haven't been credited with it, and that means they are 11 seconds behind Heart of America. It means they're going to start quite a long way down, which is going to be a concern for them. If we're going to get that battle between BDS and Millennium, then the team in red for this race want to be first at the end of this semi-final, you'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, 50 laps, a lot can happen in that 50 laps. Team Heart of America started last. They're now leading this race despite some issues towards the beginning of it. It's just mesmerizing looking at the camera. Fantastic job, by the way, from the camera ops and, of course, from all of the production team here at Games of the Future. They're doing a superb job. So a big shout out to the unsung heroes there following the action. I mean, it is just absolutely mesmerizing to see them dance through, especially up and then back down the ladders. That, of course, is Kiki, 5-time French champion, Canadian champion as well, is the French pilot, currently running in P2, but only 5 seconds between the two leaders.
Forget 5 seconds, it's 1.8. They're really closing in here on Millennium. Heart of America look like they're just going to be pleased to reach the final if they can get there. They're 2.5 laps in front of E7, who need to pass. Oh, and straight through in the ascending ladder here. Team Millennium are leading this race all over again, and Heart of America had to pit anyway. It doesn't matter anyway. Unless Team Millennium have to stop, they're going to win this semi-final.
Yeah, exactly. They've just got to keep it clean, keep it consistent all the way to the end, which when you got Kiki at the sticks, you're probably in safe hands, I would imagine. On to lap 48, 47 completed. Team Heart of America, a nice efficient pit stop. And coming in, actually, Team Millennium. So the crunch time is on here. Team Heart of America let them through so they could have a clean stop. Now, they need an absolute rocket ship of an outlap to retake the lead.
I'm not entirely sure where E7 and Rolf are. Rolf are in the pit lane. They're getting back out again in a moment. They're 5 laps off of E7, who I also don't know where they are at the moment. Millennium getting onto their podium. Can they get going here quicker? Yes, they can. Comfortably so, with 2 laps remaining.
Again, P1, P2, I'm sure Team Heart of America don't really mind. Similar mindset from Team Millennium to Team BDS, by the way, in terms of, I think it's an expectation that they go to the final. They know how good they are as a pairing, and again, you're only as good as your weakest pilot. The rest of this semi-final, E7, Rolf, and Team Heart of America, I think are of the mindset that it's not an expectation they get to the final. It would be very, very nice indeed, and all of them are fighting for that. So Team Heart of America, I think they're not really too fussed where they start, as long as they're on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. As Millennium come round the final corner, they're going to be in the final, as are Team Heart of America. We'll wait to see what the starting positions will be, but after 50 laps, Millennium take it by 5.2 seconds in the end in one of the closer races we've seen this week.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff from Team Millennium, who of course will book their ticket to the finals later on. Team Heart of America, though, what an adversary they have shown to be. We knew after qualifiers on Saturday there was more to show, but 1,233 seconds Team Millennium's finishing time, and that is over, nearly 2 minutes slower than what we saw from Team BDS.
Team Heart of America don't know that they've finished, I suspect, because they're carrying on for a 52nd lap now. But they're into the final as well. You'd imagine E7... Where are E7, by the way? Have they run out of drones? I'm not entirely sure. But they're not on track at the moment. It looks like Rolf are going to overtake them at this stage. Penalty lap applied for Team Heart of America, I think that was. So there is the finish for Team Heart of America. And they will be second by a bit more of a distance than what we initially thought. But Team Rolf look like they're going to move up to 3rd place. And for some reason, E7, I didn't see them lose that many drones. There's that one at the Snake Eyes there, and maybe there's some more damage that we don't know about. But they are the only ones out there, Rolf, and they're going to be completing this race on their own.
Yeah, and we'll tip E7 to P3 in the race, I suppose. But it makes no difference. They'll still be walking away with $8,500 in prize money. Not at all bad by any stretch of the imagination. But Team Millennium, Team Heart of America, that is done. That is dusted. They have guaranteed themselves in that spot into the final, and at the very least $17,500 in terms of prize money, and at the very least an opportunity to go for the all-important $87,500 prize pool that will be going there for the winners of the Phygital Drone Racing, presented by InsuranceMarket.ae here at the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. As Rolf trying to complete their race, of course, down the ladder with a tap and down. It's not going to make too much difference. And also just getting confirmation as well. Team Millennium at no point during that race have a down.
They did.
They had collisions. They didn't go down.
They did collide with the Snake Eyes and limp back to the pit lane. So I don't know. I'm not willing to let them off with that.
You're harsh.
But Rolf have 2.5 minutes, by the way, to finish. I'm not sure they have the drones left to do it, and they're not going to get that one back in the air. So it looks like that one is finished there, and they are going to be 3rd. After seeing all 4 of our semi-finalists in number 1 make it to the end, doing 50 laps, we are not going to see any more than just the first two. There they are, they're all done. So that'll be that for semi-final 2. Team Millennium and Team Heart of America make it through. I think relief for Millennium, really, because I think they stand a much better chance against BDS if they're starting from first or second place versus having to overtake others in that race first.
Yeah, exactly that. Team Millennium, of course, you can see Kiki there, very calm, very composed. And again, knows that there is still a job to do. Even though you've fought your way through this, there's still another 50 laps of racing still to come. The all-deciding one. There you can see heads up for Team Heart of America. Evan Turner, 22 years old, from Tennessee, a multiple-time multi-GP champion and very present in the world of content creation as well. I was watching a video the other day where he was training a YouTuber on how to get a little bit better for his respective drone racing competition. And after this morning, Ewan, I'm sure we could probably use some personal training.
E7 have decided they do want to play. So they're going again. Rolf have run out of drones, and so E7 are back again. Can they do it? And there's their stricken drone, by the way. Now, they've got 1 minute. How many laps does he have to do here? Just a couple. Yeah, so he has got enough time here. I don't think he's got enough time to do the race, actually, to do the 50 laps, but he does have enough time to get back ahead of Rolf.
He does indeed. He's got to be locked in and have no mistakes. Interesting that they're continuing on because, well, I think more for pride than anything to have finished on the podium in the semi-final. Up and over Snake Eyes once again. It's a good excuse to have a personal experience, I suppose. Exclusive look at the circuit through the quad gate and now through this very fast sweeping section through the red, then of course the green, and then into this slanted blue gate. Up the ladder, back down the ladders, complete the lap. They've just got to make it to the timing beam before the klaxon, and then of course that will be them back in front of Team Rolf, and E7 will then of course make their way into third position. Not quite the finals, but well, it's something, I suppose.
It is. And indeed there is no benefit. Oh no!
Oh, there we go. Spectacular.
They're done right in front of the stage, but they've done enough laps for third place. As I say, it doesn't actually matter, does it, as far as prize money is concerned or overall finishing position. There is no race off for 5th to 8th, so that is that. And there's the klaxon. They are done. Millennium and Heart of America are through. Hands shaken across the board. E7 and Rolf have their competitions come to an end right here. Wow, what a semi-final that was. More crash field, definitely.
Oh, absolutely, it was action-packed. Even though we had the Clash of Titans earlier, this one was remarkably closer. I have to say a big shout-out to Team Heart of America, able to contest with Millennium. We saw there, just through the Snake Eyes, it was E7 and Team Heart of America that had contact going through, one that would leave E7 down and then straight back to the pit lane. This was right at the beginning of the race-ish, I think definitely in the first half of the stint, and then missed the pit box. So there's one down, we would expect. There's even more contact. I think this was Rolf versus Team Millennium. It was argy-bargy through the Snake Eyes, and then Rolf trying to get their revenge and go back down the inside through the first part of Quad Gate, would then see them make further contact. And is this how E7 got stuck?
Yep. Is that Millennium as well?
I think so.
Goodness me.
They're out for blood, aren't they?
Their drones must be made of granite. Goodness me. They got away with all sorts there, but they've won the semi-final, and that's all that matters. By the way, a bit of a stat for you. Not much of a stat, actually. Team Heart of America, the first team to fly a yellow drone and make it through from any quarterfinal or semi-final. So that doesn't just matter for colours. We're not being weird. That matters for where they start on the grid. Indeed, they started in 4th place. First team to go into the top 2, as you can see there, as a result of... Or after, rather, starting from 4th place.
I think also, if memory serves me correctly, the closest finish we've had thus far as well. Only, 5.3 seconds?
I didn't note it down, but I think quarterfinal 1 yesterday was about 4 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
yes, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, one of the closest then, at the very least. Team Millennium and Team Heart of America will be the two that take their ticket to the finals this evening. E7 and Rolf will be saying goodbye to, but they can still walk away, of course, with their heads held very high. They made it to this stage of the competition, and, well, we'll definitely have some money lining their pocket with $8,750 US to go home with a bit of a prize pool. So an extra $2,500 compared to the baseline that all teams get just for showing up. That really, really good stuff for them. But now we've gone from 32 pilots down to just 8. We've gone from 16 teams down to just 4. The final, of course, will be coming up in a couple of hours' time. There you can see the crowd, which, to be fair, have been very animated. Everyone's gone to take a bit of a break now. But during the race, I mean, we saw some very excited and very involved, passionate crowds here for some drone racing. Yeah, we absolutely did, and we have done here yesterday as well, which was great to see. And I think they've enjoyed what they've seen. Of
of course, they should come back in about 2 hours' time, because at 7:30, in fact, the drivers will already be on the stage, won't they, from the finals? So they should come back a bit earlier than in 2 hours' time, in fact. But yeah, that is when our final will be, and yeah, it's going to be a super exciting one. I mean, Millennium and BDS haven't met each other yet in a race, and I'm very excited for them to do so.
Yeah, I think they are the two favourites. I mean, Drone Racing 1 versus Team Heart of America, that's one that I would probably see in favour of DR1, that of course being the fight for P3. In this one, I do think that Drone Racing 1 are ever so slightly quicker. I mean, their race time in of itself was 1,221 seconds. That was quicker than Team Millennium's race finish time in this one. So in theory, Drone Racing 1 could still be in the conversation for taking the victory. I think Team Heart of America will struggle, but then again, they surprised us in this race. Maybe they could surprise us in the final as well.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and find out a little bit later on, but yeah, BDS and Millennium for me are the two that we've got to really look at. They have been the best two so far in this competition, in my opinion, and to see those two together will be very, very exciting in a couple of hours' time.
Yes, guys, I mean, what a race, guys. What a race. And do you know that moment when they all had to change pilots at the same time? I had to take a video of it, of my own camera, because that's such a special thing, Zach. Did it happen before?
We were close to having it happen. I can't remember. I think it was quarterfinal 4 yesterday, where they were all pretty close, within a lap or two with each other. There wasn't as much overlap, though. Absolutely nowhere near as busy as that was. The stairs are only so wide, and they're all frantic. They're all in a race, so all of them are sort of getting that tunnel vision of we need to go. I'm surprised we didn't see any trips and falls with how committed they were, but remarkable that they were able to keep it as synchronized, I suppose, as it was, and balance that really well. And of course, a very hectic time of the race. And for the most part, the changeovers themselves very, very clean. Not many issues there. The issues that did come up in the pit stops was actually getting the drones off the podium in of themselves.
Yeah, exactly. After the 25 laps, the first 25 laps, everyone was the same, almost the same. But then after that, the pit force started. I don't know what happened with Rolf. Rolf were doing great, but they started crashing with other drones. I've seen some drone fighting there, Oone, at the quad gate.
Yeah.
But let's first go for the interview. I think we're ready to interview one of the winner teams.
I think we've got that coming up in a couple of moments' time.
In a couple of moments?
But yeah, we'll go to it when we can. But yeah, no.
Yeah, that crash that happened at the quad gate between the...
Yeah, and it started back at the Snake Eyes as well. If you remember, Millennium and Rolf were sort of already battling with one another and hitting one another. And Rolf tried to respond by diving down the inside. They dipped below that first part of the quad gate, and Rolf in the end got into the floor, and they lost a drone through that. So yeah, it was a dramatic race with a lot of drone on drone contacts though, which we haven't seen so much of so far.
And what was surprising is how Team Heart of America, which were kind of the underdog, look how they performed. They've done so many overtakes on the track to really go up. They were in 4th place. But then again, they were able to make it through the semi-final and be in the finals along with Team PDS and Tech Drone League and all these other unbelievable teams. We really thought that Heart of America was not a favor to any of us, I think, Zach. With Max.
I had faith. Okay, I wouldn't say
you had
favorite.
With Raiden.
You didn't say,
I was very close.
Yeah. But Heart of America, no one like...
yeah, no. We've got to admit, none of us did see that coming.
Yeah.
No, I'll be honest. I had a feeling.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Come on.
Don't even start.
It's like Samuel Cowell now, you know.
Whoa.
I always had a feeling.
I know what the results are going to be after the race too.
All right. Anyway.
But then,
where's your evidence? Where's your receipts? Fill them up. Exactly.
How did Heart of America pull that though?
Yeah, Heart of America were exceptional. I think from the qualifiers on Saturday, there was always more on the table, and that definitely was the case yesterday in the quarterfinals. So that's why I was, not completely writing them off. Maybe not faith, but I wasn't writing them off as well. I'll end that point on. Just nip it in the bud.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Anyway, E7 and Rolf were very, very strong. That fight for second was always going to be really good. What I think everyone was shocked with, not only did they make the transfer, they were actually contending for the lead against Millennium, and that in of itself is a shock on top of the shock.
Yeah, and Heart of America, I think the way I'm seeing it, they keep on getting better and better with every stage of this tournament.
And almost
Right?
with every crash they have, they seem to get faster afterwards.
You think so?
They're charging up, aren't they?
It
had
almost
no
seems like that,
crashes.
yeah. Well, they had the little bits of contact. I mean, it wasn't a perfect race for them, but neither was quarterfinal one, and they were still or their quarterfinal. Sorry, they were still able to come through after those issues and take that top 2 spot again. So. It's kind of what we were talking about on the very first day. You can get into the final by scraping through each time, just about. Are they a top 4 team really in this tournament?
They are.
They're in the final, yes. But if you were to make all things equal and play it all out on paper, which sport never is, obviously, but if you did, you wouldn't have them in your top 4. I mean, they qualified 10th on the first day. So they definitely they've definitely overperformed here, and fair play to them for making the final in the first place.
All right, but look, let's look at one thing, okay? What made really Heart of America win here? It was actually the pitfalls of other teams, all right? So in the final, if Heart of America were able to keep their cool, do their laps, stay out of trouble, maybe they'll have a chance to win it. I know that Team BDS looked extremely great, honestly, and they're maybe the most favorite, at least for me. I think I'm predicting that. But at the end of the day, one mistake can really flip things around, right?
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. I mean, with how tight this final is going to be, because now, like you were saying, Team BDS and Team Millennium haven't seen each other on track before. We've not seen that clash happen. When you now have these people really getting close to each other, mistakes going to happen, tensions are going to boil over, and it'd be great to hear from Team Millennium too.
Well, we're close now to have an interview, I think, with one of the winning teams. We'll have it shortly, and let's get ready for it. Let's go for stage.
All right, in amazing fashion, E7 has lost, but we have Millennium right here. And the rest of the teams, they've lost. So we got one qualifier going on to the next round, which is what? The final? So Millennium is going to the final. So please, introduce yourself.
So my name is Kylian Rousseau. I come from France, and I'm in Team Millennium.
Yeah, so I'm from France also. I'm the teammate of Kylian, and I'm Tristan Gouin.
So the guys have done an amazing job. I just have one question, and we'll go straight to the final, because I know everybody's excited for the final. What should we see from the both of you guys? Because I know you guys saw the first match, and BDS was very sharp, and you guys were very sharp as well. What can you expect to do against BDS in this final?
So everybody on the final gun will be way faster. So it's going to be hard to overtake. Maybe there will going to be some collision, some middle, and they're going to have to change the strategy. If they can apply everything as they did, it's going to be really tough. But we can make something work out.
Amazing. So it's not always about speed. So it could be about strategy. It could be about technique. What kind of precision techniques would you say you would consider that you would involve in this final, since you know your competition is pretty intense, which I'm sure you guys are going to be as intense?
So basically we have a different strategy. We do more pit stops than usual, and we count on that to make the overtakes, So yeah.
Amazing. So you guys heard it right here. They're going to be overtaking. They're going to be using strategy, and they're going to be using precision, not just speed. Speed is always right there, neck to neck, but it takes more to become a winner. Right here at Phygital Drone Racing, presented by InsuranceMarket.ae. See you at the final.
Back to the studio here, guys. See, Team Millennium, I told you guys, some teams might have some other strategies, and they just, I don't know if they have unveiled that info. I don't know if that was a secret or something, but they did say that we take more pit stops than usual. And that maybe, I think, to have more fresh batteries every time. What do you think, Oone?
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? I think they stopped after 10 laps in that semi-final, if I'm not mistaken. And that clearly is the pattern. These are some of the highlights, by the way, from the race that we've just seen. And yeah, it was a good start for Millennium, getting out of the chaos, really, where Heart of America and Rolf immediately came into contact with one another. Millennium really controlled from the front. They had that one tie-up just as Kiki got behind onto the 6, as it were, and after that it was fine for them, but the battle was really behind.
E7 were doing really well, you know, but then when they changed the pilot, first they were a bit delayed in changing the pilot, right, Zach? They took some time.
Yeah, they did, definitely. Not to the extent of yesterday, but they definitely did struggle in the pit stop, and a couple of skirmishes and crashes definitely did not go their way either for both, obviously, E7 in the green drone. Team Half America, though, were the different story in the yellow. They were able to absolutely saw their way towards the front, but yeah, the pit stop's very, very vital point, and Rolf, unfortunately, just getting caught up in too many silly accidents, similar to yesterday, I think, have the pace but not the consistency.
That's also for Rolf, right? Because Rolf, we've seen them yesterday, they were so fast. They had like really clean runs. This time they were fast, but there were some crashes that they did not expect. I don't know, some of them were obstacles, others with other drones. This is where the pilots changed and it all happened at the same time. It was funny seeing it here on stage, amazing, because you know these guys are not like real athletes in the physical term, but honestly they're amazing on these drones. Zach again, see this is E7 again failing to recover that drone, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they had a couple of issues. Obviously, through the snake eyes, we saw they got wedged in the narrow point at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, it's just issue compounding onto issue. They were able, towards the end, to get back out and complete most of the race distance to, at the very least, finish P3. Not that it made much difference. There, though, the red drone, an absolute menace, Team Millennium. They got caught up in a couple of incidents yesterday. They also got caught up in a couple today, but neither time were they the one that came off worse.
I believe that positioning will affect their prize money from the prize pool.
No, it won't.
Really?
The swap from P3 to P4 won't change anything.
Okay.
They still walk away with 8,700.
So again, the results of this semi-final, we need to congratulate Team Millennium and Team Heart of America for making it to the final, and we have to unfortunately say goodbye to Team E7 and Rolf, which we both expected that it might have been them. They're going to the final, but anyway, at the end of the day, probably it's a lesson learned, and this is the final for you guys. We're gonna have 4 teams in the final: Team BDS, Drone Racing 1, Team Millennium, and Team Heart of America. But guys, something to note here, that this is not the standing that every team will start from A1, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it won't necessarily be in that order with BDS first, etc. We will figure out in the break who is where and let you know before the final begins, of course. We'll just see how they work it out. What's happened today, as far as those semi-finals is concerned, is the teams that won their quarterfinals were put ahead of those who got through by coming in second. So I would imagine that will be the similar working out, but we don't know yet. We'll let you know before the final starts.
Yeah, so maybe we're expecting Team Millennium to be second, or
maybe, or
BDS,
something like that.
I think so, if it's about the winners of every team. Zach, do you have any favorites or something to look for in the final?
BDS versus Millennium, absolutely. This is the final showdown because, qualifying on Saturday, it was okay. They're a little bit fresh. The competition's still fresh. It's on the simulators, not in the real life yet. Obviously, yesterday, they were now through the quarterfinals. They had a bit more experience. Today, each of the teams that have now made it to the final, this will be their second and their third full distance race. Well, actually 4 if you include their practice. They are as warmed up and as ready as they can be for this. We are going to see the best flying that we have done all competition, potentially even all year. This is the final competition for a lot of these guys of the calendar year in 2025. They're warmed up, they're ready to go, they're raring to end the year on a high. And when we've got the talent that we've got, BDS, Millennium, DR1, Team Heart of America could still yet surprise us. We've got 4 finalists that absolutely deserve to be there and a big prize pool for them to go and chase.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to that. Guys, now we will go to a break and we will come back at 7:15 UAE time for the final. This is Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, Phygital Drone Racing, and presented by InsuranceMarket.ae. See you soon.
It seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Looking for car, health or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At InsuranceMarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8 star rating. Join them today. InsuranceMarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. InsuranceMarket.ae.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery, and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The Games of the Future, powered by ADNOC.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. We're here at the Phygital Drone Racing presented by InsuranceMarket.ae. This is the event that combines between the digital world and the physical world, calling it Phygital. This is me, your host, Zach Mann, and I'm joined in this lovely studio with these amazing commentators, Oone and Zach. You guys have been amazing throughout this tournament. As you know, guys, we are here waiting for the final, and we had two amazing semi-finals today. We had some surprises going in the second one, but in the first one, not as much. I'm gonna have you, Zach, tell us about the first semi-final and the way it went.
Yeah, so semi-final one was pretty interesting going into it. It was very highly anticipated as this sort of clash of titans, right? We had Tech Drone League, who were the #1 overall qualifiers, right? They also won their heat yesterday. We had Team BDS, who coming into it, again, one of the favourites. Drone Racing 1, again, one of the favourites, all of which have been looking very, very strong over the course of the whole weekend. And then the sort of the outliers of Team Raiden, who, again, really did show their worth and throw that spanner into the mix and get involved and very nearly knocked Drone Racing 1 out of the competition. Couple of big surprises, of course, with Tech Drone League being the ones getting knocked out. That's a huge hit for them in this competition. We won't be seeing them further part in the final this afternoon. They were eliminated in their semi. But Team BDS, I mean, if nothing else, it just showcased how dominant they are in this competition.
That's very true, exactly. Tech Drone League, it was very surprising for them not to make it to the finals. They were in that first position going into it, but they had that issue of the jump start, and they didn't really recover after that. Let's go to the second semi-final. I'll give you Oone to take us through it.
Yeah, we'll see some highlights of it in a moment, but this is the Tech Drone League just trying to recover from those, as you say, didn't really recover from that aborted start in the first attempt, if you like. We did have a second attempt where they did go off a little bit slower as well. But they were the first team actually to go off from the first position on the podiums and be eliminated. So we haven't seen that before in this competition. It was a shame at that stage. These were the changeovers for Drone Racing 1 and for Team BDS, who will be racing one another in this final. BDS definitely going in as favourites, but you've got to remember that Team Millennium only qualified below them by one position in the digital qualifiers 2 days ago, and they both have won their quarterfinals and their semi-finals. They have not met each other before. In fact, the only two teams who have met each other before now are the obviously those who win the same semi-finals. Also, BDS and Heart of America were in the same quarterfinal. Millennium and Drone Racing 1 from different ones. Nobody who was in quarterfinal 1 yesterday has made it to the final.
Yes, and these were the highlights of the first semi-final, of course, all that. We're gonna go to the second one soon, but I guess that the teams now, I think they're approaching the last stage. It's the last dance, it's the final showdown, and we're gonna shortly show the highlights of the second semi-final, where we had a really surprising team making it to the finals. I think we all agree on that. I'll give you, Zach, first take us through the first moments of these highlights in the second semi-final.
Yeah, so the opening moments were pretty chaotic in all fairness. It was a very, very close semi-final just generically. The entirety of the first half of semi-final 2, every team were on the same lead lap, and it made for a very chaotic pit stop window, as we'll see in a few moments' time. But all eyes were on Team Millennium. They were the ones to watch basically from the get-go, that red drone. And then the rest of the teams, E7, Rolf, Team Heart of America, it was a lot more open and definitely came to fruition in terms of the on-track action. We saw multiple times E7 getting involved in a couple of crashes, Team Heart of America getting involved in some crashes. Rolf and Team Millennium would get themselves involved in a couple of crashes as well, and that was just the name of the game. With how close and competitive they were definitely in that danger close critical zone.
Yeah, Oone, I mean, the second semi-final, we've seen that in the first 25 laps, all teams reached that point almost at the same time, but what happened after?
Yeah, so I think we're about to see the changeover just in a moment, but it was absolutely extraordinary, wasn't it? All four teams on the lead lap heading in towards lap 25, which is our changeover. And here we go. Amari and Heads Up didn't have a very good changeover yesterday, if you remember, in the quarterfinals. Amari forgot to give Heads Up something and had to go back for it, which resulted in a slow stop. Much better today. E7 slow again, and unfortunately they ended up finishing 4th, not necessarily just because of a slow changeover, but it certainly didn't help for them. They crashed in a couple of occasions, and there it was. They got caught through the snake eyes as they were battling away early on for their second pilot. That has put E7 out of the competition. And from there, really, it was about Team Millennium and Team Heart of America controlling from there. Team Millennium actually did clip the Snake Eyes at one stage and lose a lap at that point, but Kiki was able to get right back on it again, really fast actually, when it came down to it, and was able to pass Heart of America again and take the victory in semi-final number 2. There was the elation and the relief. It was more than anything, the emotions as well for Kiki getting into the final. There were the results. Nearly 2 minutes, or just over 2 minutes slower than BDS. That could be really, really crucial in this final.
Yeah, now we're looking to the teams that made it to the final, and we're gonna see these guys racing shortly. We see that Team BTS, the fastest lap they had was 19 seconds 40. And see, Zach, see, the thing is here, we see that Drone Racing won.
That's a slow lap. 20-minute lap time.
It's a slow lap.
That's like us.
I think, yeah.
That's our pace.
That's quick for us. Yeah, I think that's about to be 0:0:21. But yeah, just shows that it is relatively close across the board as far as fastest lap. What we're really going to be looking for is their sort of average lap in this final. How fast can they stay?
I mean,
you know.
Exactly. What we're seeing here is that 3 of them, the fastest lap for them was 19 seconds. We're expecting a final that goes crazy. And it's gonna go crazy in this final because we have all teams that are like really close in their performance and their quality. We do know that all pilots that went into this tournament were previous champions, and they're like really skilled and talented athletes in drone racing. However, what we have in the final now are the best of the best. Zach, what can you tell us about the pilots?
Yes, so we've got the cream of the crop. Let's start with Team BDS. MCK, Min-Chan Kim, 21 years old from Korea. The 2023 World Drone Racing Champion, 2022 and 2023 Multi-GP Pro Class Champion, and in 2019 DRL, when that was huge a few years ago before the pandemic. Basically the pinnacle of drone racing. World champion in that one as well. So fantastic pilot. Yuki Hashimoto, only 18 years old, the Japanese pilot. 2025 World Games champion, World Drone Racing Junior champion, and International Multi-GP champion. And that's just Team BDS. I mean, when you look at this team dynamic, it's not just the individual pilots themselves, it's how they flow and have that chemistry linked together between the two teams. Speaking to one of the team rating guys earlier, and that language barrier between himself and his teammate drop them back a little bit in that communication. So it's not just about the individuality of each pilot and their accolades, but also how well they gel together. Very clearly, Team BDS have got it locked down.
And now, after talking about these amazing pilots, let's show some of the, I think there are new pilots that coming to the stage. Well, this is not us piloting, but we're trying some games here. I really didn't know how this game is played. I know that Zach won.
I locked in on
I'm
this.
glad my game with Zach wasn't filmed. This is the reaction test, which I did a lot better at, by the way. Well, did I get better than you there? 260 is quite high, actually. Did I? Okay,
you get 300 something. For you.
I don't think I got to 300.
Look at those reaction times, by the way. If I didn't get stopped every 5 seconds, I would have comfortably
Sounds like an
won.
excuse to me. Here we go. What did I actually get? I'm absolutely smashing this. 290.
290.
Look at that. Oh, yes.
30.
I mean...
That was us trying to get into this phygital world of this event, where it combines the digital and the physical world. Honestly, this event have been great. It's not only about drones, it's about other stuff too. But talking about going back to drones, we have this amazing drone here, and this is the same as the drones that the pilots are piloting in this race. Who wanna give us a little bit of an intro on this drone?
I'm happy to. So basically, yeah, this is exactly what they'll be using behind us in a couple of moments' time for the final. They steer the drones using this camera effectively. They pull on goggles, which gives them a first-person view, FPV, we might hear us say, from this very camera. It looks tiny, but when they're flying, you're tilting, as you're trying to go forwards, you're sort of tilting downwards. So actually, when you are sort of flying in as fast as you can forward direction, the camera actually does face forwards quite nicely. It doesn't look like it when you put it straight forward like that. I've been told that these drones are about twice as slow as what we've seen in competitions in the past, but that's actually made for better racing behind us. Number of reasons for that. They're a little bit bigger as well, which is maybe why we've seen a couple of pilots just clipping gates every now and again. See, it is actually quite, compared to me, it's about as wide as me. It's quite wide for a drone. And these wings as well, I don't know what they call propellers, sorry, not wings. About an inch or two longer than what you would see normally as well, or wider as well. So that just adds to the width, really. And if you clip one of these, you've had it, really. They make a horrible sound. You might have picked up on that once or twice at home because of just how horrible and how loud it is when there's a propeller slightly out of whack. You've got to remember, these are revolving at about 18,000 RPM. And there's a limit on that, by the way, in the regulations. When they are rotating and they're not entirely straight and they're slightly bent, it makes a horrific sound, and you'll definitely notice it. And that's how you can lose drones very, very easily. I can see this one's been stitched back together as well. You maybe can't see it at home. Oh yeah, there you can. Stitched back together. It's not. These are crashed often. That's for sure.
Yeah. It's also, speaking of crashing and the repair sort of process, the propellers themselves, pretty easy to sort of just take off. There's a little nut there that's on a bit of thread. That will obviously then take out the entire assembly with the propeller and the motor assembly. This intrinsic bit here, basically the equivalent of a car, is like your ECU, your electronic control unit. You've got both the sensors that obviously connect it back to the pilot, and then also all of the data that gets sent back to them as well. Basically everything that happens here, this is the brain of the drone. These aren't plugs. These are soldered on. So the electrical wires have to be essentially basically welded, is sort of a way of explaining it, welded back on. If you don't know how to do that, you're not going to get very far. So it's not just one that you can buy off the shelf and go with it. It takes a lot of skill and prowess to really make it sort of work efficiently. And yeah, like Oone was saying, very, very fragile with the propellers themselves. The body itself is carbon fiber, which is obviously very lightweight and very durable, incredibly durable for how much it weighs. I think even it's more durable than aluminium and titanium, despite weighing a lot less with the carbon background. So that's really, really important. Weighs about 1 kilogram, and a lot of that is to do with the battery at the bottom. So yeah, it's a lot. Very technical and definitely too clever for any of us to be dealing with. So big props to the pilots, pun intended, by the way, with the big props. Yeah, they're quite talented both technically and physically with these pilots.
Thanks guys for this technical lesson. I had no idea how this run is. And now we come back. We can talk now about the prize pool of this tournament. You know that these teams are competing for a prize pool of $250,000, and this is how it's going to be split between all teams. Everyone is a winner, all right? We have the first place, going to go away with $87,000. Second place will have 40, third place will have 30, fourth 17, and here it goes. We can see that from 9th to 16th, they all get $5,000, which is really good that this event is trying to reward everyone, because again, all the talents that are here, they were really good. They all maybe had the chance to be there. Some technical issues here and there that maybe stopped them being part of this final, but I think, and we had a look of that amazing trophy that the teams that will be playing for in about, I think, 15 minutes,
less.
maybe.
Yeah, maybe less. Now the walk-on's not far away now, but yeah, this is a really, really stacked final, as you can see. Team BDS come in as the favourites. MCK and Yuki we've already talked about, but who are the challengers? Team Millennium, definitely. Kiki getting in second, which I think is an interesting strategy for them, considering he's a more established pilot compared to Trinks Pepino, who will begin for them. Drone Racing 1 and Team Heart of America have absolutely got a chance in this final as well. It's going to be very, very exciting.
And now we're going to take it to the stage to intro the teams.
All right, so we're about to cross over for the final time between the physical and the digital. And we're gonna call it Phygital, because that's what it's called. Everybody in the crowd, are you ready to meet the final teams for tonight? Oh no, that's bad energy. I need you guys to make more noise than that. On the count of 3, make some noise. 1, 2, 3. And that's the kind of energy we need at the final. The first team, Team BDS. Give it up for Team BDS! And now the next team to grace the stage, Team Millennium! Give it up for Team Millennium! I guess you guys got some fans right there. The next team is Drone Racing 1! Oh, it looks like you guys have the crowd to you, huh? Give it up for Drone Racing 1! The last and final team to join the stage is Team Heart of America! Give it up for Team Heart of America! All right, athletes, please put on your FPV goggles. Get your gear ready. Assume the position because we are going to start the final as soon as you guys are ready. One last time, everybody make some noise for the final!
Welcome back, guys, and this is an amazing intro, I believe, for all the teams in the final. Guys, to me, I'm gonna say my favorite is Team BDS.
Yeah.
What do you think, Evan?
They have to be. The interesting thing, though, is that they have changed their opening pilot. I believe MCK is starting, perhaps.
No, that's Yuki.
Is it?
I think that's
MCK
Yuki.
sat down
He sat down
initially
with his goggles on.
with his goggles on. Now maybe they've swapped. I don't know.
I think so. That's that. Oh, no, that's Yuki. That's Yuki. Right.
We'll have to try and work it out. But if they've gone for a change later on, that'd be very unusual.
Yeah, I mean, again, you want that uniformity, don't you? You want that continuity from semi-finals, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and now finals. Why mix it up? I wouldn't take that risk. They are allowed to swap as soon, basically up until the point of the race starts, they are allowed to swap their starting pilots. So maybe there was some discussion. Maybe MCK just wanted to get sat down and ready so that he knew exactly where he was going to be. There you can see him down in the pit lane, so it definitely won't be him starting.
Okay.
Maybe it was just a case of knowing where he's going to sit and be set up so he can just jump in, go and go.
I think this is one of the strategies that they have to be more prepared to anything that happens during a race, because we know the pilot change can be a bit of a critical run. We've seen it in the second semi-final where everyone was changing pilot at the same time. Oone, do you have a favorite going in? Is it still Team BDS?
I think it is still Team BDS. Watch out for Team Millennium, though, because I think if they're still there or thereabouts by the pilot changeover and when Kiki gets onto the sticks, I think they've got a real chance.
Zach, what about you?
Yeah, 100%. Completely agree with you on that one. When it comes to Trinks, I think his job here manage the gap. He's not expected to go and beat BDS in this opening phase. Manage the gap so that Kiki, when he gets in, is able to close that gap. That's his job. Manage the gap, limit the damage, and then let Kiki go and hunt.
So no one is favoriting Heart of America?
No.
No one,
no one expected them to get to this stage, so who knows what they could do.
The pilots now are setting up. They're all ready. I think we're very close to start the race. I'm going to leave it to you guys so you can take it from here. And let's enjoy some good drone racing.
Yes, let's. Here we go. The race is not far away from beginning. Team BDS will be in the red. Team Millennium will be in the green. Drone Racing 1 in the blue. Heart of America in the yellow. Ready for the final at Games of the Future 2025 in the Phygital Drone Racing Tournament. Here we go. One last race to decide the champion. 50 laps to decide the title, and it's an immediately brilliant start from Team BDS, and immediately a pass from Drone Racing 1 through the state cars for the first time, and they're into second place in front of Team Millennium.
Oh, that was absolutely remarkable there from Valprim, exactly what he needed to do, able to position the drone exactly where he needed to, slightly tighter line, now goes through, one lap in the books though, and now BDS are in front and controlling this race. Millennium though dropping back, Team Heart of America just trying to settle in, a bit of contact in the gate for the first time.
Down, Team Millennium down, and Trinx Pepino is driven so well throughout this tournament, has gone down here on the second lap of the final. They needed to be in touch by the time Kiki got onto the sticks, and unfortunately the green drone is already lost. They're going to need another one here, and is it being setted at the moment? I think it is. The window's open, the drone's not come out of it yet. Here we go, the LED lights are on and they're back underway, but they're going to lose 2 laps here.
This is absolutely huge. I mean, again, the bittersweet of this is the fact that maybe because it's the opening part of the race, there is still opportunity to recover, allowing Team Heart of America through. They will take third place, and don't forget, between each position there is a huge swing. Between first and second, it's over double the prize pool. Between second and third is 10k difference, third and fourth is 13k difference. So that mistake could be hugely costly for Team Millennium.
Apart from that, the prestige of winning is massive here, and at the moment it's Team BDS versus Drone Racing 1. Valprim getting off to a decent start, getting into second immediately, but how can they stop Team BDS, who when they get out front have been pretty untouchable so far in this tournament?
I mean, it's just been remarkable that both pilots, MCK and Yuki, have just been faultless, really. We've not seen a mistake yet from them. Still, potentially that could come. Have to say, though, I'm incredibly impressed with Drone Racing 1 and incredibly impressed with Valprim to be staying this close in the early phases. Of course, maybe there are some strategy differences, and maybe Drone Racing 1 are pushing a little bit harder relative to BDS in terms of their pace. But in this opening phase, they're keeping tabs on the leader.
Keeping tabs, sort of. They're 2 seconds behind at the moment, but that's not a lot in drone racing at all. We've seen races set up by single seconds this week. Is the final going to be another one of those after 50 laps? We know as well, by the way, that Team Millennium were planning to make more pit stops than the others anyway. That strategy means they have to go harder and faster than the others. They've not started that off well. They're 2 laps down.
Yeah, absolutely not by any metric at all for Team Millennium. They really need to be pulling this back in. Of course, they still do have Kiki in their back pocket, maybe to put in a sensational second stint to this race. But yeah, Trinx not going to be feeling too great about himself now. Probably quite frustrated. He needs to channel that. He needs to use that to draw themselves back into the race. There's still a lot of laps to go.
There is still 42 of them at this stage for BDS, who are leading the field in front of Drone Racing 1. Heart of America are doing what they've done all week and just scrape through, really. They're scraping through into third at the moment as well by not doing anything out of the ordinary, not doing anything that's going to crash them out, but not doing anything either that's going to get them into the lead. They're waiting for others to hit trouble in this race.
And to be fair, that's a very valid strategy, right? They've been there. They've been such a dark horse of Team Heart of America. Always had something more to show in terms of pace, and I think maybe intentionally. There are a couple of mistakes. Is down. Goes BDS through the downward ladder. They're down. Can they get themselves back up?
You can't believe it here. The crowd can't believe it. We can't either. Team BDS have gone down for the first time in this tournament, and Drone Racing 1 are leading this race race at the moment. Heart of the America have gone through into second place as well. Here come BDS with a new drone. They're back underway once again here. MCK puts the new drone on and they're back underway. Yuki with his first mistake this week, and it's in the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of racing where the unpredictable is almost guaranteed. Team BDS, faultless. Yuki, faultless. But when it all matters, when it all boils down to this final race, anything can happen. Anything has happened. And now into the pit lane for the first time come our race leaders.
It's a good idea as well, because BDS were right behind them at that stage, and they could have really challenged. They made contact. They're stuck in the net. Oh, he saved it. I don't believe it. He got caught in the net and he was falling towards the ground. Oh, he's in the fence. He's in the fence again. Got the media center end. They're trying to put a lap at the moment on Team Millennium and they can't do it. BDS are falling apart here. Drone Racing want to back out onto the circuit again. But this is extraordinary. The race favourites are in big trouble in here in the final.
Yeah, and they've lost the battery as well with that drone being down, so that's one less strategical element in their pocket. They're going to be pushing as hard as they can, and I think that's what's going on here. They're frustrated. We haven't seen them under pressure, and because of that, we've not seen what they're like under pressure. I think the cracks are starting to show.
And that is Drone Racing 1 letting them through. So a new drone for Drone Racing 1, a new battery at least, and they've let BDS through. So they're only one lap down now, I believe. It is one lap down. But, well, less than one lap now. They've just unlapped themselves. But even so, it's a long, long way to recover for Team BDS.
Yeah, it is indeed. Coming into the pit lane as well come our green drone. Of course, that being Team Millennium. They're a long way down, but again, could still be a dark horse in this race. Same to Heart of America, who are being really consistent. Amari, I have to say, incredibly impressive. I think it is going to come down to a strategical element in this race, but Drone Racing 1, after nearly being eliminated from the competition by Team Raiden earlier on today, they are coming in and they are not leaving any chances on the table.
And Millennium still a long way back at the moment. They've only completed 13 laps. The race leaders have had to come through and complete 17. So Millennium are 3 laps down at this stage. The other 2 drones are on the lead lap with the leader. Drone Racing 1 at the front, in front of Team Heart of America, and then BDS. We are 8 laps away from our pilot changes, and it's all getting close down the back end of the racetrack. Here come Millennium over the line, then Heart of America, then BDS and Drone Racing 1 down through the quad gate. It's really close between all 4 teams.
Yeah, this is where things can go really wrong. Of course, the underneath of the drone, that's where the battery is housed. That's the heavy bit. That's the less sensitive bit. If you hit that, you can get away scot-free. The propellers are the sensitive bit. You do not want to be hitting anyone coming down on top of you. But all 4 of them chase each other through the start-finish gate. And, of course, trying to keep on tabs. Team Millennium trying to put a lap onto... Oh, my goodness me, there's more contact!
They've taken them out. Millennium go to the back of the train again. And BDS are through. They're onto the lead lap here. They're in front of Heart of America, by the way, who again are sticking to their strategy. Let's not get caught up in any crashes. Let's let everybody through. And it's worked for them this time round.
Yeah, it's worked for them in all tournament. They have never been the quickest. Arguably, they've never been the most consistent, but they've been the one to stay out of trouble, not get involved in anyone else's skirmishes. Of course, really impressive stuff from Valkyrin here. The race leaders, they allowed BDS to unlap themselves, but what they're now doing is not letting them get away. So they're on the same lap, but Drone Racing 1 keeping tabs on them and stopping BDS from reclaiming that lap.
This is quite an extraordinary final. We are 4 laps or so away from pit stops and indeed the pilot changes, but BDS are having to stop again. So this is not ideal now. Not ideal at all. MCK straps on a new battery. There you can see Heart of America, meantime, get into second place as a result.
Yeah, this is good. They probably won't stay there. It's a provisional P2, not a net P2, but still they are there, ready to pick up the pieces. Amari doing the job, riding on board with them now, as you can see, down the descending ladder. Pretty tidy, again, not taking too many risks. However, right now, MCK having a couple of issues getting the drone back into play.
Oh, he couldn't get it on the podium for ages. And Heart of America are a lap in front now. BDS have got so much work to do in this final if they're going to live up to their favourite status. Drone Racing 1 having the perfect race so far, overtaking immediately Team Millennium off the start, and then having the trouble for the race leaders. When the pressure is on, they've not been able to make it count. Yuki goes right around Team Millennium again. He's on a mission at the moment.
Yeah, he's now flying with emotion. He's flying with determination. He knows the job at hand, and he knows what he needs to do to recover. They are still in this race, but they cannot let off now. They've got no margin for error. They've thrown that safety net in the bin, and now it's the job. BDS need to show what we saw through the quarters in the semis.
2 laps to make up still. Oh, and what a Heart of America. Heart of America are flying straight through the track there. Oh, there we be. And into the box goes Drone Racing 1. Just about well timed. Here we go. Final pilot change of the tournament for Drone Racing 1. Can they nail everything this time? They've got to stay calm. They can't make any mistakes here. Dan's trying to get over at the moment, through onto the stage. There they go. Valprim is going to run over into the pit box. Here comes Dan onto the stage.
Oh, he's showboating.
Oh, my word.
Look at that.
That is unbelievable. That's very premature, if I may say. He's absolutely loving it at the moment, getting overawed by the crowd reaction. He's got to keep his head on here. He's still got half the race to go. BDS are on to lap 25 themselves. They're about to come into pit lane to catch them up as Drone Racing 1 continue on. Heart of America carry on as well after their pit stop, but they need to stop again to pilot change next time around.
BDS came in that time through as well, so of course we'll be seeing a swap very, very shortly. Yuki disassembling himself, getting himself unplugged while MCK sorts out the drone. Very nice strategy indeed. Now sprinting off the stage goes Yuki, launching himself off once again. Very nicely done indeed. And now MCK will get to the sticks. The job is still at hand. Drone Racing 1 clearly very confident, and the aura farming up onto the stage there was sensational, of course, from Dan and Valprim, of course, as they swapped over. But this blue drone, after nearly being eliminated earlier on this afternoon, they are filled with confidence in the early stage of this race.
BDS comfortably in front of Heart of America now after that swap. MCK is now piloting for BDS. They've gained about half a lap, by the way. I know it's all showboating, it's all well and good and all, but they've lost about half a lap here, Drone Racing 1, and there's still half the race to go. There goes Amari off the stage. They've got those changes down now. Their first one was pretty disastrous, but they've got them down now. Here comes Heads Up, just calmly jogging. This is how to do it. Just calmly jogging towards the controller. We'll get the headset on in a moment, and we'll get back going again in a moment as well. Team Millennium into the pit stop. They are taking on their pilot change now too. Kiki will be piloting that drone to the finish.
Yeah, watch out for Team Millennium. I know they've been sort of shunned out of contention a little bit, but if anyone can recover this race for them, it will be Kiki. I mean, even swapping from 4th into 3rd is 13,000 USD difference in terms of the prize pool. So there are stakes here. It's not just a winner takes all. The prize money increases a lot per position, and you really are rewarded for going to chase that. Of course, Drone Racing 1 right now are looking absolutely faultless, but look out for BDS. They are just over a lap down. If they can unlap themselves in the next couple of moments or so, all still to play in the final stages of this race.
Watch out for this lapping, by the way, for BDS on Drone Racing 1. This is, and they've let them go. They've let them go. BDS are on the lead lap. We've got 2 drones on the lead lap in the final here at the Games of the Future 2025. And BDS are absolutely flying. MCK is on a mission here to catch Drone Racing 1, who have a lap to fall back on. But that gap is continuing to come down again and again and again.
Yeah, indeed. So Drone Racing 1 doing the clever thing there, which was just again, the team communication between the pilots must be fantastic. They've won a team event before, of course, the Moscow Mayors event in 2025. They know that chemistry. They know what they need to do. Let them through, manage the gap. There's no need to take risks. We've seen how aggressive they're willing to be, BDS, and you don't want to get caught in anything unnecessary. As Team Heart of America nearly go up and over through the ascending ladder and nearly collecting Drone Racing 1 with them as well. That's getting close through the snake, guys, as they let them through again.
What a great bit of piloting that was from Dan there to just let the Heart of America drone go. Heads Up absolutely flying at the moment and getting past Drone Racing 1. They've got to be, I know they've got a big lead, but they've got to be careful, Drone Racing 1, that they're not sort of conservatively letting this race drain away from them. They've still got 15 laps or so to complete.
I mean, even just looking at BDS through that sweeping section as you come out of Quad Gate, they just look so committed. All of them do. I mean, the sense of speed is remarkable from each of these pilots, but it does that body language of the drone definitely does seem to err onto the side that they are absolutely pushing. Speaking to some of the pilots earlier, the way this course is laid out, it's quite a short, compact one. That means energy usage It's still important, but isn't as important as their longer courses. So the loss for pushing harder isn't necessarily as big. BDS might have had to switch onto a more aggressive strategy, where I think Drone Racing 1 are still happy, still following their gut and enabling them to conserve. But like you say, there is a line to that, and BDS are closing in fast.
They've at least made it to this stage, and they can make it from here. They should be able to make it from here, but BDS, Team BDS are making their final stop of the day. Now watch for that red drone. Here's the vision there from Yuki. He's swapping the batteries over. He's plugging the LEDs back in again. MCK is absolutely ready to go. Onto the podium it goes. When do they get liftoff? They've gone. That was a decent pit stop from Team BDS.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And again, that synergy between MCK and Yuki, it's exactly what we've seen all tournament long and why they've been so faultless. Yes, they've been under a lot of pressure for the first time in this tournament as into the pit lane come Drone Racing 1. Now it's crunch time. They need a good stop. Otherwise, all of that showboating was for absolutely nothing. Close, though, between Team Heart of America and between Team BDS. The last thing you need is to get caught up in an incident.
BDS are on the same lap as Drone Racing 1 right now. So they've got to get going quickly here. Drone Racing 1, here come they through the final corners. Team BDS are in the lead of the final. They're in the lead of this final. They've had a crash. They've got back in the race and they're in the lead now. Oh, this is extraordinary for MCK. Absolutely extraordinary. And Dan is under big pressure now from Team Millennium. He's got Heart of America going off in front as well, just clipping a gate there down towards the media centre. And Team BDS are capitalising here. What's the gap? The gap is going to be way more than 2 seconds. It's 4.2 seconds with 10 laps to go.
BDS, take a bow. If anyone could recover from that situation, they've kept the composure, they've kept their cool head, and they have been rewarded by their consistency. Drone Racing 1 maybe got a little bit complacent with their pace. Still, 9 laps of this race remaining, still opportunity to come in. They cannot let themselves get complacent, can BDS, and Drone Racing 1, they were being conservative before. They can leave nothing on the table now if they want to be crowned champions.
8 laps still remaining here for MCK. He cannot make a mistake. The gaps are increasing. 0.8 of a second last time round. 1.5 seconds this time round in favour of Team BDS. Drone Racing 1, if they want to win this, have got to throw more at this at the moment.
Yeah, they do indeed. It's just not enough. You know, they're over half a lap down. In fact, creeping up more and more towards BDS, just extending that gap because they're going through the snake eyes. BDS are already now going through the ascending ladder. That gap is just going to continue to grow. Now creeping up onto 10 seconds, half a lap between the two leaders. And right now, it's slipping out of the clutches of Drone Racing 1. They were handed that opportunity, but BDS, as we expected, have shone through the rest.
Can they make it to the end will be the only thing that can save them here, because they do have that lost drone, don't forget. It's just to the side of the...
They're coming in.
And they're coming in. So they couldn't get to the end. That's why Drone Racing 1 were taking it more conservatively. They knew they had this still in hand. MCK chatting to Yuki here, who's got to do a quick changeover. Drone Racing 1 are going to be in the lead with 5 laps to go. But how big is the lead going to be? The drone's on the podium. They need to get going quickly, and they are now. This is maximum attack from MCK to win this tournament.
Yeah, it's got to be push, push, push now, but also leaving a little bit on the table is to not make a mistake. Drone Racing 1 are not out of this just yet. They're back into the lead. Do they owe us another pit stop? Potentially. This has been a strategical battle of attrition between two fantastic teams. BDS have been dominant through the entire tournament. Drone Racing 1 have been there or thereabouts, were close and on the brink of elimination, but have fought back fantastically in this final. We've got a handful of laps left to go, and it's coming down to the wire.
And there are no lap drones between them. Millennium and Heart of America are battling around the other side of the course at the moment. They're nowhere near the other two. It's between Drone Racing 1 and Team BDS for the win. It's only 4.4 seconds. They're completing lap 48. Drone Racing 1 coming to the end of it right now. 2 laps to go, and Drone Racing 1 have gone. They're
coming back in.
Team BDS are in again, and they're surely going to have this now. Unless Drone Racing 1 need another stop, they've surely got this now.
But even if they do have another stop, BDS didn't overtake them beforehand. So now Drone Racing 1 have got a pit stop in their pocket. This could be huge for the tournament.
1 lap to go. 49 laps completed from Drone Racing 1, and they've put a lap on BDS now. They can't lose it from here unless they have trouble. It's in their hands. Their fate is in their hands. It's been an extraordinary run to the final for them after finishing second earlier today in their semi-final and in their quarter-final as well. Drone Racing 1 are going to win here at Games of the Future in the... Oh, there's contact between the leaders. They've gone down. They've gone down. Drone Racing 1 have gone down. And BDS are going to steam around the other side of the circuit. They've still gone down. Have they completed the 50 laps? I think they have. But they're not going to get back to the end. They know they've done it. They know they've completed the 50 laps. And they have done it. They've won the Phygital Drone Racing tournament here at Games of the Future. Despite contact late on with Team BDS, they've taken the title by just 21.5 seconds in an extraordinary final.
Now that was a strategical masterclass. Drone Racing 1, Valprim and Dan take a bow. That was sensational stuff. The strategical masterclass. For a moment I thought BDS were back into it, but they nurtured that drone to the end. Don't drop that controller. You'll probably be spending half of your prize money replacing it. BDS, what a battle that was, and gutted. But what happened to them? You can see the emotion between them. They've been faultless all tournament, and it all came undone in the final. Drone Racing 1 with an absolute blinder here at Games of the Future.
I mean, I bet there's some unbroadcastable things being said over that radio at the moment. It's still throwing that controller up and down. Careful with that, sir. It's very expensive.
I know.
Dear, oh dear. They are absolutely delighted, and why not as well? And look at the disappointment for Team BDS. Yuki and MCK have absolutely performed perfectly throughout this tournament. And Drone Racing 1, let's not forget, second in their quarterfinal, second in their semi-final. They haven't won a race yet, and they win the final.
It just goes to show you're not out until the 50 laps in the final, and that was remarkable from them. Like I say, if it wasn't for a mistake from Team Raiden, they wouldn't even be in the conversation to begin with. Of course, there are still 3 minutes of this race, so you see heads up still locked in there, but it seems that Heart of America are pretty safe to take that P3. A shame for Team Millennium what could have been if they didn't get involved early on in this race. But Heart of America again, a sublime performance that again, they've just been a dark horse. They're going to be walking away with 30,000 USD, and between their team, I'm sure that's a very healthy chunk of change to be taking home after a weekend here in Abu Dhabi. But BDS, I think the lesson there is that hubris definitely is powerful. I know full well that after the results of the qualifiers, the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, they came into this expecting to win. They knew there was a chance that they wouldn't, but there was an expectation, there was a pressure from them to win, and they haven't.
Oh, look at that. MTK and Yuki are going to be absolutely distraught. As I say, they flew absolutely perfectly. It just shows that one mistake can cost you so dearly, and losing that battery can cost you so dearly. That's why they had to make so many stops towards the end there, because they were trying to recharge them as quick as they can, but you can only do it as quick as it goes. And they ended up making a stop more than, at least one stop more than what they were expecting. Team Millennium are flying towards the end here. Wonder if they're trying to set the fastest lap or something right at the very end of the day. And Kiki will be very disappointed with 4th place, I think, because as a pilot... Oh, well done.
Oh, nearly.
He's showing off for the fans right in front of the crowd here in Abu Dhabi. But what a final that was. What drama, and what a result for Drone Racing 1. They take the victory. MCK and Yuki distraught for Team BDS. And Kiki, unfortunately, he knew once he got onto the stage, unfortunately, that Team Millennium's fate was rather signed, as it were, or sealed. But what a final, deserving of an end of a great tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I'm shaking. We saw Dan there. He visibly, the adrenaline was making him shake, and rightfully so. Nice to see towards the end MCK smiling there. Of course, he's flown great. Yuki has flown great. The team dynamic has been great. It was a small mistake in the end that cost them. There, of course, Millennium and things had a couple of issues. They can't beat themselves up too much about this. I'm sure they'll be back bigger than ever in 2026. And just what a way to cap off this tournament. It's been boiling down. The finals and the races have been getting better and better and better all the way to the end. And I mean, this one was the pinnacle of them all.
I'm back. Did you see how fast MCK was going?
Oh, unbelievable, wasn't it?
Did you see the angles that
100%.
he was doing on the quad gate? It was unbelievable. I'm watching. He tried his best and he was very close. But I think he necked the drone on his 47th or 48th lap, and that really flipped things up. What happened with Yuki, Oone?
I don't know. It's one of those things, isn't it, that you can fly so perfectly all throughout a tournament, from start almost to finish. that's the first mistake we've seen him make, and it's in the final. I mean, how heartbreaking for them. Just 21.5 seconds away from a title here at Games of the Future. Just an unbelievable finish to this tournament with, unbelievable drama.
It was very unfortunate. We're gonna toss it back now to the stage. Let's go.
There's so much excitement in the air. And the best won the Phygital Drone Racing competition presented by InsuranceMarket.ae here at the Phygital Games of the Future, Abu Dhabi 2025. None other than congratulations to Drone Racing World! And now, the champions are going to raise their trophy. 3, 2, 1. Give it up for our champions, DR1!
Big congratulations to Drone Racing 1. We did not expect that. We had our eyes on BDS and Millennium, but they were able to make it. Look at that. And they have a lot of crowd cheering for them. I think they have the biggest crowd, Zach, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Drone Racing, you are the number ones in the most cliche way. That was remarkable. The team dynamic was there. And the crowd, I mean, even onto the stage were cheering for them. And just look at what it means to them. This isn't just a trophy. It's a title, and of course, it's 87,500 USD that I'm sure they're very happy with.
Yeah, I think what's even more important, I think it's more than the money, the glory and the honor of claiming this championship, because honestly, it was a great final. Oone, how did Drone Racing 1 pull that off?
Staying out of trouble. We talked about it before the race, that you'd have to win this final, and they did. For the first time, BDS made a mistake in that final. Yuki made his first mistake of the weekend. Trench Pepino, who's flown so well this week, also made a mistake. For Team Millennium, didn't really give Kiki a chance. And Heart of America, just by staying out of trouble themselves, were only quick enough for third place. So Drone Racing 1, by staying out of trouble, have won this tournament. And it's a fantastic finish to a fantastic week.
I mean, look, to talk about the teams who didn't make it, so Team BDS, I know that Yuki made mistakes, but he did come back. He was very fast. But the thing is, I think, Zach, what really made a difference was the change of batteries, because Yuki had to change 3 times.
Yeah, exactly that. And also,
yeah,
like I was saying with, during the show as well, after the dominance that they had, there was an expectation, there was a pressure that they effectively had from everyone else, but also put on themselves that they expected to win, and that pressure is never ever easy to deal with. Drone Racing 1, maybe you could say, got lucky that it happened in the final, that BDS made the mistake, but equally they were the ones that didn't. They were the ones to capitalize because of that. They were the ones to reap the rewards, and Team Heart of America were just absolutely sensational as well. Very minimal mistakes, not the pace, but again that attritional managed to get them through. And DR1 rode the momentum so well, and this race was just action-packed. It's hard to choose highlights. The entire race was a highlight reel.
Honestly, I couldn't take my eyes off.
Yeah.
Oone, what do you want it?
Yeah, and here's the changeover. Here's the bit of showboating, but we're not gonna get it. It absolutely extraordinary.
He was showing off.
He was showing off. I know. As Dan was getting onto the stage,
they did win in the end, isn't it?
Could
you imagine if they didn't?
I know. I was thinking exactly that.
€1,000.
As BDS were catching them, I was thinking exactly that. What if they don't win this? and he suddenly has that to watch as a highlight reel later on. I guess they knew the repercussions of that crash for BDS, and indeed when it happened, because They knew that the batteries would not be, they need to be recharged, and they weren't able to get as much out of them as normal because you lose a battery, of course, when you have a crash like that. So MCK was going absolutely flat out because they had to. They were using so much battery doing so, but they didn't have enough. They had to make more pit stops. They ended up losing this final as a result.
You know that you were right. You said that DR1 they stayed out of trouble, but still they were fast. They were fast. I mean, BDS tried their best and they tried to be really fast, but they couldn't catch up because DR1 were doing really well. I know they were a bit cocky when they were changing the pilot, but maybe they knew with that lead that they had, they're gonna keep it.
Yeah, I mean, as well, the other thing is that if they were doubting themselves and said to them, oh, it's okay, you know, we're at the pit stop, we're in the lead, it's okay, we might be able to win this. That's going to manifest almost a self-fulfilling prophecy of, well, they don't expect to win, so they're not going to win. If they rode that momentum and said, no, you know what, we're in control, we're going to ride this wave of adrenaline, we're going to pump ourselves up, we know we are the best in this field, we know we are able to win. And then again, it's that same self-fulfilling prophecy. They told themselves they were able to win, so they went to win. The minute you say you're not able to, guess what's going to happen? You're not.
Yeah, look at them go. They were clearing every obstacle. This was the cleanest run for them the whole tournament, and that was right. Keeping things till the end, till the moment that counts. That crash, I think that was the end when they
that was at
finished.
the end,
If it was like one lap left, and that we see MCK really and the winner. I mean, honestly, MCK, the way he was upset, I can really understand. Like, you can MCK, they did really good job in trying to compensate for the time that they wasted, but DR1 didn't give them the chance, honestly. They were there, and now we're going to look at the results of this race. Oone, you can take us through it.
Yeah, 21.5 seconds in the end, separating first and second in the final of the whole tournament. Drone Racing won on the right side of that course, Team BDS on the wrong. As I say, Team Heart of America had a very clean race. They did 50 laps. Don't think they lost a drone, but they were not quite as quick as the others. Nearly 2 minutes in the end slower than Drone Racing won at the front, and Team Millennium didn't complete all of the laps. Their race really undone right from the very beginning.
Yeah, look at the difference between Drone Racing 1 and Team BDS. I think it's exact. That was very close.
The thing I did want to point out as well, look at the total time of Drone Racing 1, 1,098 seconds. I draw your attention back to semi-final number 1 with BDS, was 1,111 seconds. So that was a faultless race from BDS. That was BDS in their stride, and Drone Racing 1 were quicker. This wasn't a fluke. This was pace. This was genuine pace from Drone Racing 1 that happened to have BDS have a couple of mistakes in it as well. I think with both teams, BDS and Drone Racing 1, we saw a different level, because when you've got a rival that strong, you're constantly chasing the edge, you're constantly trying to find something else, and you're constantly pushing that ceiling. So between BDS and Drone Racing 1, that was just pushing and pushing them to new and new heights, and it was just remarkable to see that we saw the quickest race of the entire championship in the final.
DR1, they really capitalized on the mistakes that BDS faced. And that's it. This is what drone racing is all about. If you are not the fastest, then maybe try to be as fast as you can, but stay out of trouble so you can make use of that. I mean, honestly, if BDS didn't do that mistake, I think they would have taken it. Right?
I do as well. I totally take your point about that being the fastest race of the week. But the thing I would say to that is, were BDS getting the maximum out of those races? Because after all, they didn't need to in their semi-finals or quarterfinals. They were a long, long way in front. I mean, a real long way in front. So did they get the maximum out? I suspect, like you, that they had something else to give in those quarterfinals and those semi-finals, and therefore in the final as well. But and because they were behind in that race, they were flying faster and taking more risk than they otherwise would have, and it was paying off there. It really was that the fact they lost the drone. If they even got that drone back and they could get that battery back and everything, I think they still would have had a very, very good chance in that race.
I think the important thing to note here as well is that Drone Racing 1 throughout the competition have been under pressure, right? They finished P2 in their quarterfinal, they finished P2 in their semi-final. They know what it feels like to undergo that pressure from having to battle with another drone. BDS this entire competition have just been out in front, comfortably winning, like you say, able to take their foot off the gas proverbially, right? Their finger off the stick, maybe, I don't know how you'd relate it to drone racing, but they've been able to chill out, which means they haven't got that experience of pushing flat out for such a prolonged period of time. And maybe that's where we start to see those cracks start to show, where Drone Racing 1 had the experience of pressure, BDS didn't quite get that, and maybe that was the difference in the end.
Exactly. And the thing is, the Team BDS, they lost their drone at an unfortunate time. It was at the 10th lap, and you changed the battery at the 12th or 13th. They changed it at 10, so they had to do another battery change before the pilot change. That really, I think that timing was just really unfortunate. If they had the crash maybe at the end of that battery life, that would have been easier to recover from. But because they had to do a pit stop before the pilot change, that took a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. It's not really possible to get, what would it have been, 15 laps or so out of that next battery, unless you go really, really slowly, at which point it's not worth it. They did it the best way around they could have, but it all goes back to that crash, unfortunately, right in front of us, right there, on the descending ladder, and that's where this tournament was run and lost, right there.
Exactly. And now we can have a look at the bracket by the end of this tournament, so we can see the path that Drone Racing One took. They were in the quarterfinals in Heat 3. Actually, they were first there.
They came second. They started first. They
started
second.
first, and they came in second.
Yeah.
And in the semi-final, they started at the exactly. They were third on the podium, and the semi-final won, but they actually made it, and they were in first place. What an amazing run for Drone Racing One.
I mean, it's incredible, right? We can stand here and say if this, if that, if buts, maybes, whatever. But what happened was Drone Racing One won the race. And that's it at the end of the day. 50 laps happened, and the drone that finished first won the whole tournament. You can look back in hindsight and say, what if this, what if that? But they were here, they were on the day, they smashed it.
Can I do a little bit more hindsight just before we wrap? We were chatting to a pilot from Team Raiden who was saying how close they were to getting to the semi-final. If they don't have that crash in semi-final one, Drone Racing One aren't even in the final. That's how fine these margins are.
Yeah, during the final, I was like, at some point they were under so much pressure they were almost eliminated in its entirety, and it's just that butterfly effect, right? That the one small thing cascades into something so much bigger, and that's what I love about racing. That's what I love about formats like this, is that it definitely rewards consistency. I think the 4 that we saw there were the most consistent teams and definitely all deserved to be in the final. But it was as a result of so many small things that add up and compound, and it's just amazing to see. I'm elated. I want to go again.
That was amazing, guys. Do you have any last words you want to tell us about this final or this tournament in general?
I mean, what a great first experience for us of drone racing. It was absolutely fantastic. Loved being here in person, seeing a great setup behind us, by the way. Props to everybody who set it up before we even arrived here a few days ago, and props to all the pilots as well. We've obviously got a newfound respect for them now after giving it a go ourselves. I already knew that it was really hard, but now I've got an even more newfound respect for them. And just the great racing that they put on as well. I know this format and these drones especially a little bit different to what the drone racing community normally races with, but I think it was absolutely excellent. It's just a little bit slower, so raceable behind us, so many great battles, and it was a wonderful experience.
Zach?
Yeah, for me as well, similar to you, and I mean, it's just been sensational. We're motorsport commentators. That's our background. So racing, it's one and the same. There's a start, there's a middle, there's an end. Finish first, that's simple as that. But there's so many niches with drone racing. The technology is fantastic, and the racing actually better than I expected. I really did think it was going to be like a 50-lap time trial as such. There wasn't going to be many battles or overtakes, and it was the complete contrary. Racing aside as well, I just want a big shout out to all the community of drone racing. So nice and so welcoming. The amount of pilots that have taken the time to say well done and have the opportunity to have a chat with us as well. All the communities, all the organisers. Big thank you to everyone here, because it has just been an amazing experience. The venue itself, absolutely incredible. And let's run it back.
Exactly, guys, this will be the end. I think we came just to cast here, but I think we're here to stay. We all fell in love with drone racing. I believe it was amazing. Again, guys, this was the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025 from the Phygital Drone Racing, presented by InsuranceMarket.ae. We had an amazing tournament, and I think that's it for us. Do we have the time to have a selfie? You guys want to take a selfie?
Let's do it. Take a selfie afterwards. We'll do it
afterwards?
Yeah.
What do you think, guys?
Okay.
You got the phone out now. We got it.
Yeah.
Are we doing it on camera? This is
yes.
Live technology.
I know. Look at this.
Are
we getting these guys in as well? The viewers at home.
All right, we can get the Phygital guys. Let's go.
Yeah, there we go. Behind us. There we go.
All right. 3, 2, 1. All right, that's perfect. Thank you guys for watching, and see you at the future tournaments.